If you're enjoying this gentle exploration of ancient mysteries, don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment below. Let's ease into the story together. Like whispers carried on a warm evening breeze, imagine the sun dipping low over the Yucatan jungle in the 8th century CE, casting a golden haze over the great city of Chichen Itza. Here in the heart of the Maya world, life unfolded in rhythms as steady as the heartbeat of the earth itself. The Ballcourt, a vast stone arena framed by high walls and echoing arches, stood as a sacred stage where ordinary men moved with grace and purpose. It was a place not of clamor or strife, but of quiet dedication, where the air hummed with the soft thud of rubber against stone, and the dust settled like a fine, comforting blanket underfoot. Picture the players, their bodies lean and sun-kissed, clad in simple loincloths that fluttered lightly in the breeze. These were not warriors or kings, but skilled athletes whose days began with the first light of dawn. They gathered in the cool shadows of the court, their bare feet padding across the worn limestone surface, each step a deliberate echo of ancient traditions. The Ballcourt itself was a marvel. Its long, narrow field flanked by sloping walls that rose like gentle hills, etched with carvings of serpents and feathered beings that seemed to watch over the proceedings with benevolent eyes. The stone was warm to the touch, smoothed by centuries of use, and as the players practiced, the faint scent of earth and sweat mingled with the distant aroma of roasting maize from nearby hearths, creating a soothing symphony for the senses. In those early hours, the players would stretch and prepare, their movements fluid and rhythmic, like the flow of a lazy river. The rubber ball, crafted from the sap of the jungle's trees, bounced with a satisfying resilience, its surface slightly tacky against the skin. Each strike sent a soft, resonant thump through the air, a sound that carried the weight of history, yet felt as natural as the wind rustling through palm leaves. The players wielded their hips and elbows with precision, guiding the ball without hands, their breaths steady and measured. It was a dance of balance and skill, where the body's harmony with the world was paramount, and the dusty particles kicked up from the ground sparkled briefly in the sunlight, like fleeting stars in the daytime sky. This life in the Ballcourt was woven into the fabric of Mayan culture, a ritual that mirrored the cycles of the cosmos. The game, known as pits, was more than mere sport. It symbolized the eternal struggle of light and shadow, of renewal and continuity, all played out in a space that felt eternally peaceful. Archaeologists, drawing from the careful excavations at sites like Chichen Itza, have uncovered remnants of these courts, massive structures aligned with the stars, their designs reflecting the Mayas' profound understanding of the heavens. The players, drawn from the common folk, trained not for glory, but for the greater good, their efforts honoring the gods who governed rain and harvest. The ball's bounce evoked the sun's journey across the sky, a gentle reminder of the world's order, and the cool shade of the court's overhangs provided a respite from the day's warmth, where one could almost hear the whispers of ancestors in the rustle of leaves overhead. As the morning progressed, the players would pause for moments of reflection, sitting on the edge of the court with legs dangling over the stone ledges. The air grew warmer, carrying the faint, earthy tang of the rubber ball mixed with the subtle fragrance of wildflowers blooming nearby. Their conversations were hushed, filled with shared wisdom passed down through generations, like soft lullabies that soothed the soul. One might wipe the light sheen of sweat from his brow, feeling the grit of fine dust between his fingers, a tactile connection to the thousands who had played before. The court's atmosphere was one of camaraderie and reverence, where the simple act of practice became a meditation, fostering a sense of unity with the natural world. Yet, amid this serene routine, there lingers a quiet mystery that adds a layer of enchantment to the scene. The names of these players, the very individuals who dedicated their lives to this sacred game, have slipped away into the mists of time. No inscriptions or codices record their identities, leaving us to wonder about the faces behind the loincloths and the stories etched in their strides. Archaeological reports from digs at Chichen Itza, such as those conducted by the Carnegie Institution in the early 20th century, reveal tools and artifacts, perhaps a worn hip guard or a fragment of a ball. But the personal tales remain elusive. It's as if the mire intentionally veiled these details, preserving a sense of the divine in the everyday. This absence invites us to imagine, who were these men with their strong, calloused hands and knowing eyes? Did they dream of the stars as they honed their skills, or share quiet laughs in the shade? The mystery endures, a gentle puzzle that softens the edges of history, reminding us that some stories are meant to be felt rather than known. Throughout the day, the Ballcourt transformed subtly with the shifting light. By midday, the sun climbed high, bathing the stone in a warm glow that made the carvings seem to come alive. The players adapted, their practices slowing to a deliberate pace, each movement deliberate and flowing, like water over smooth pebbles. The rubber ball's impact created a rhythmic cadence, a sound that blended with the distant calls of tropical birds and the rustle of leaves, crafting an auditory tapestry as calming as a bedtime tale. One could close their eyes and feel the vibration through the ground, a subtle tremor that spoke of life's continuity, of seeds sprouting and seasons turning. In the afternoons, as shadows lengthened, the players might gather for communal rituals, though always with an air of tranquility. They would anoint the court with simple offerings, perhaps a handful of corn or a sprig of herbs, infusing the space with a fresh, herbal scent that mingled with the earth's mustiness. These acts underscored the cultural significance of the Ballcourt, a nexus where human endeavor met the divine. According to reports from modern scholars, like those from the Mexican National Institute of Anthropology and History, the Maya viewed the game as a metaphor for cosmic balance, a way to maintain harmony in a world teeming with unseen forces. The players' dedication ensured that the community thrived, their efforts as essential as the rain that nourished the fields. As evening approached, the court grew quieter, the stone cooling under the twilight sky. The players would linger a while longer, savoring the last bounces of the ball, its soft thuds fading into the night like distant heartbeats. The air turned crisp, carrying whispers of the jungle's nocturnal symphony, crickets chirping and owls hooting softly in the distance. It was a time for reflection, for contemplating the day's harmony and the mysteries that bound them to their ancestors. In these moments, the Ballcourt felt like a cradle of civilization, a place where life's rhythms were honored without fanfare. To close this gentle introduction, remember that the Ballcourt was a testament to the Maya's enduring spirit, a space where everyday life intertwined with the eternal. As we part ways for now, let your thoughts drift to the next chapter, where other facets of this ancient world await. As softly as the setting sun, sleep well, knowing that the echoes of Chichen Itza still whisper through time. In the hushed twilight of 8th century Chichen Itza, where the ancient stones of the sacred precincts whispered secrets to the wind, the cult of Keyakulkan unfolded like a gentle dream. The air carried the faint, sweet haze of copal incense, curling upward from braziers that glowed like fireflies in the dimming light. Priests, draped in cloaks of iridescent feathers, quetzal plumes that rustled softly with each measured step, moved with the grace of shadows across the sacred grounds. These devoted figures, their faces painted in subtle hues of blue and red, derived from the pigments of sacred shells and clays, oversaw rituals that wove the fabric of daily life and cosmic order, drawing the community into a serene tapestry of faith. The priests of Keyakulkan, known from the inscriptions at the Temple of the Warriors and the carvings on the Great Pyramid, were not mere intermediaries, but living embodiments of the feathered serpent's wisdom. Keyakulkan, the divine bringer of rains and knowledge, influenced every aspect of existence in this flourishing city, his essence etched into the very architecture that rose against the Yucatan sky. Historical records, such as those on the stele near the sacred cenote, depict these priests as custodians of harmony, their rituals ensuring the cycles of planting and harvest aligned with the heavens. As they gathered near the ritual spaces, the soft patter of barefoot feet on smoothed limestone echoed faintly, a rhythm that blended with the distant calls of night birds, creating a lullaby that soothed the soul. Imagine the scene as the sun dipped low, casting a golden veil over the precincts. The priests, their feathered cloaks shimmering with the subtle play of light, would circle the altars, their voices rising in low chants drawn from ancient codices. These incantations, referenced in the surviving fragments of Mayan inscriptions, spoke of renewal and balance, invoking Keyakulkan's serpentine form to guide the rains from the clouds. The air grew thick with the scent of burning resins, a warm embrace that lingered on the skin, while the faint rustle of feathers, each one a testament to the Quetzal birds revered in the forests, added a whisper of movement to the stillness. It was a world where faith flowed like the underground rivers, nurturing the community's spirit without the clamor of discord. In this era, the cult's influence extended deeply into the hearts of the people, shaping customs and beliefs with a quiet authority. Priests, selected through visions and rigorous training, as noted in the hieroglyphs of the Caracal Observatory, wore their cloaks not as mere adornment, but as symbols of divine connection. The feathers, sourced from the lush highlands and treated with oils that carried a faint, earthy aroma, represented the bridge between earth and sky. During rituals, they would extend their arms, the cloaks unfurling like wings, as if to catch the whispers of the gods. Sensory memories of these moments persist in the lore. The cool touch of the evening breeze against exposed skin, the soft glow of torchlight flickering across painted murals, and the subtle, melodic hum of conch shells blown to signal the start of ceremonies. Such practices, historically accurate to the depictions on Chichen Itza's reliefs, fostered a sense of unity, where even the simplest farmer felt the deity's protective gaze. The rituals themselves were a symphony of gentle precision, devoid of haste or force. Priests would prepare offerings bundles of maize wrapped in banana leaves, their fresh scent mingling with the incense, placing them upon altars adorned with jade and obsidian. As they did so, the air filled with the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers, their petals unfurling under the stars like silent prayers. Kayukulkan's influence manifested in the agricultural rhythms, with priests interpreting celestial signs to advise on planting seasons, drawing from inscriptions that aligned solar cycles with divine will. One could almost hear the faint trickle of water from nearby channels, a reminder of the rains the cult helped summon, each drop a gift from the feathered serpent's domain. Yet, amid this serene devotion, there lingered a mystery that softened the edges of understanding, like a half-forgotten lullaby. The lost ritual texts of Kayukulkan, alluded to in fragmentary inscriptions from the Temple of the Inscriptions, held secrets that time had claimed for itself. These ancient codices, perhaps hidden in caverns or carried away by floods, contained verses that mapped the stars and decoded the serpent's prophecies. Whispers among the priests spoke of pages illustrated with vivid glyphs, their colors fading into legend, evoking the rustle of turning leaves and the warm scent of aged bark paper. It was a puzzle that added a subtle wit to the cult's legacy. What if these texts, with their detailed accounts of rituals, waited in some unseen archive, their absence a gentle tease to the curious mind? This enigma, unique to the cult's inner circle, invited reflection rather than alarm, a calming thread in the fabric of faith. As the nights deepened, The priests would retire to their modest chambers, the feathered cloaks folded with care, their bodies weary from the day's devotions. The influence of Keyakulkan extended beyond the rituals, seeping into art and daily observances. Murals in the sacred halls, as seen in historical records, depicted the serpent in flight, his form intertwined with vines and flowers. A visual poem that evoked the soft crush of petals underfoot and the cool whisper of wind through temple corridors. The cult's teachings promoted a philosophy of balance, where even the humblest act, tending a fire or brewing a herbal infusion, became an offering. The aroma of sage and wild herbs gathered from the surrounding jungle filled the air during evening meditations, creating a cocoon of tranquility that lulled the senses. Historical examples from Mayan inscriptions reinforce this influence. At the base of the Great Pyramid, carvings illustrate priests in similar feathered attire, their gestures mirroring those used in rain-invoking ceremonies. These depictions, accurate to the period, show how Keyakulkan's worship unified the community, with sensory details like the warm glow of ceremonial fires and the distant murmur of chants, fostering a collective peace. One might imagine the priests sharing tales of past rituals, their voices a soft cadence that carried the scent of rain-soaked earth. Each story a thread connecting generations. In the quiet hours before dawn, as the first light kissed the stones, the cult's essence remained ever present. The mystery of the lost texts added a layer of intrigue, a subtle enigma that hinted at deeper wisdom yet to be uncovered. Perhaps in some hidden recess, those pages lay waiting, their glyphs whispering of forgotten rites. This gentle puzzle, distinct from other aspects of Chichen Itza's life, served as a reminder of the enduring power of faith, where the rustle of feathers and the curl of smoke wove a narrative of wonder. As the stars began to fade, the priests prepared for the new day, their devotions a seamless flow into the rhythms of the world. Yet beyond the sacred grounds, the broader tapestry of Chichen Itza awaited, with whispers of other mysteries on the horizon, drawing the story onward like a soft in the heart of 8th century Chichen Itza, where the Yucatan sun hung low and golden over ancient stones. A quiet rhythm echoed through the air. The great Ballcourt stretched out like a shadowed canyon, its high walls whispering secrets to the wind. There, beneath the fading light, a group of players moved with deliberate grace, their bodies clad in simple loincloths that fluttered lightly against sweat-glistened skin. The air was thick with the scent of sun-baked earth and distant jungle blooms, a soothing blend that softened the edges of the day. Each step they took stirred up faint clouds of dust, fine and warm, settling like a gentle veil over the smooth limestone surface. These players, strong and sinewy from years of practice, gathered not for spectacle, but for the sacred repetition of an age-old tradition. Their training sessions unfolded with a hypnotic flow, the rubber ball thumping against the court's inclined walls in a steady, lullaby-like cadence. Thud, thud, it went, a sound that pulsed through the bones, carrying with it the weight of generations. One could almost feel the ball's resilient bounce, warm from the sun, as it arced through the air, defying gravity for a fleeting moment before being met by a player's hip or elbow. No hands, no feet, only the curve of the body to guide it. A rule etched into their very movements. The players' breaths came in measured rhythms, in sync with the ball's beat, creating a symphony of exertion that was as calming as the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Yet, amid this serene ritual, a mystery lingered, as elusive as the shadows lengthening across the court. The Mayan ballgame, known to us through fragments of archaeological reports from sites like Chichen Itza and Copan, was more than mere sport. It was a thread weaving together the fabric of society, cosmology, and the divine. Scholars piecing together stele inscriptions and relief carvings have uncovered hints of its purposes. A means to resolve disputes, honor the gods, or even mimic the creation myths where celestial forces clashed. In those quiet training hours, the players embodied this duality, their actions a dance of harmony and competition, all under the watchful eye of unseen deities. The ball, crafted from the latex of the Castilla elastica tree, symbolized the sun or the moon in its endless cycle, rolling across the court as if tracing the path of heavenly bodies. Imagine the scene. A player leans into a lunge, the dust rising in soft spirals around his ankles, carrying the faint, earthy aroma of crushed limestone. The air hums with the subtle wit of the game itself, a playful challenge to fate where skill met the unpredictable bounce of the ball. It was said, in the whispers of ancient codices like the Dresden, that victories could foretell harvests or ward off calamities, though the exact mechanisms remain veiled. Archaeological digs, such as those conducted in the 20th century by the Carnegie Institution, have revealed ballcourts with intricate markers and rings, suggesting a structured play that demanded precision and strategy. Yet the rules, the core essence of how points were scored, how fouls were judged, or what constituted a win, slip through our grasp like sand through fingers. Herein lies the mystery, a gentle enigma that invites contemplation rather than urgency. What we know from the reports is fragmentary. The game likely involved two teams, perhaps representing rival city-states or cosmic forces, maneuvering the ball through a stone ring high on the wall. A successful score might have echoed with the thrill of triumph, the players pausing to catch their breath, the air cooling as evening descended. But the finer details elude us. Did a point require the ball to pass through the ring without touching the sides? Or was it merely a graze? Excavations at Chichen Itza's great Ballcourt, with its imposing 316-foot length, show carvings of players in dynamic poses, their expressions carved in eternal calm, hinting at a code of conduct that blended athleticism with ritual purity. Yet no complete set of rules has survived, lost to time's erosion or deliberate erasure. As the players trained, their movements a soothing ballet, one might ponder the game's deeper purposes. It served as a microcosm of Mayan life, where physical prowess intertwined with spiritual devotion. The ball's thump against the wall evoked the heartbeat of the earth, a sensory reminder of the world's rhythm. In the dusty air, tinged with the faint sweetness of nearby copal incense, the game became a meditation, a way to align human endeavors with the cosmos. Historical examples from other sites, like the Ballcourts at Tikal or El Tajin, offer parallels. There, too, the game was tied to fertility rites or political alliances, but always with an air of the unknown. At Chichen Itza, the mystery deepens because the rules seem to have varied by region and era, adapting like the wind through the jungle. Perhaps a rule involved the ball never touching the ground, a test of endurance that mirrored life's precarious balance. Or maybe penalties were assessed based on the ball's direction, symbolizing journeys to the underworld. The unknowns add a layer of subtle intrigue, like a whisper in the night. Why were the rules not more rigidly recorded? Archaeological evidence suggests that Mayans favored oral traditions and symbolic representations over written codification, preserving the game's essence in the minds of priests and players. This oral legacy, now faded, leaves modern scholars to speculate with a detached curiosity. For instance, reliefs from the Temple of the Warriors depict scenes where the ballgame resolves conflicts. Yet the specifics of scoring, whether it was first to a certain number of goals or based on cumulative hits, remain debated. One can almost hear the soft patter of the ball in those carvings, feel the warmth of the stone underfoot, and sense the player's quiet determination. In this calming exploration, sensory details bring the mystery alive. The court's surface, worn smooth by countless games, radiated a gentle heat that soothed the players' souls, while the occasional breeze carried the scent of wild herbs from the surrounding forests. Thud, the ball would land, its impact a soft vibration through the ground, prompting a player's swift pivot, muscles coiling and releasing like a river's flow. The air, heavy with dust motes dancing in the golden light, created a haze that softened sharp edges, making the scene feel like a dream, half remembered. Yet, for all its serenity, the game held consequences that historians note with a light touch. In some accounts, derived from post-conquest sources, cross-referenced with archaeological finds, a lost game might lead to ritual offerings, not out of bloodlust, but as a symbolic renewal. The mystery here is not in the act itself, but in how the rules governed these outcomes. Perhaps a specific sequence of plays determined the stakes. Lost now to the ages, this detachment from the grim allows us to focus on the elegance. The players' loincloths swaying, the ball's resilient thud echoing faintly, the overall rhythm lulling one into reflection. As twilight deepened, the players would slow their pace, the court's shadows growing long and comforting. The mystery of the lost rules, like the fading day, invites us to linger in wonder, piecing together fragments from reports and relics. What if the rules were intentionally fluid, adapting to each game's context? A witty nod to the impermanence of life. In this way, the ball game endures as a testament to human ingenuity, its secrets waiting in the quiet spaces between known history and forgotten lore. And so, as the stars began to prick the sky above Chichen Itza, one might turn thoughts to what lies beyond this court, to the broader tapestry of Mayan mysteries yet to unfold in the heart of Chichen Itza, where the ancient stones of the Yucatan whispered secrets to the stars. The palace of a Mayan noble stood as a sanctuary of splendor in the 8th century. Tall ceiba trees framed its grand entrance, their leaves rustling like gentle sighs in the evening breeze, while the air carried the faint, earthy aroma of rain, soaked earth, and blooming orchids. Here, amid the quiet hum of daily rituals, life unfolded with a rhythm as steady as the cycles of the sun and moon. A world of feathered elegance and stone-carved grace that beckoned the weary soul to rest. The noble, a figure of poised authority, moved through the palace halls with the ease of one born to such finery. His headdress, a cascade of iridescent quetzal feathers dyed in hues of emerald and sapphire, caught the light of flickering torches that lined the walls, casting playful shadows that danced like fireflies in the dimness. These feathers, sourced from distant forests and woven with threads of cotton spun by skilled hands, symbolized not just wealth, but the harmony between earth and sky, a subtle wit in their fragility. Amidst such permanence, the halls themselves were marvels of craftsmanship, their floors polished limestone cool underfoot, etched with intricate glyphs that told stories of ancestors and harvests long past. As evening fell, the noble would gather his kin in the great dining chamber, a vast space where the air grew thick with the comforting sense of roasting maize and simmering cacao, mingled with the spicy whisper of chili and the sweetness of honeyed fruits. At the long stone table, laden with obsidian platters and jade vessels, the nobles dined in quiet opulence, their conversation a soft murmur like the trickle of a cenote's waters. One might sip from a goblet of fermented balchet, its tart, floral notes awakening the senses with a gentle tease, while another savored tamales wrapped in banana leaves, the steam rising to carry hints of corn and wild herbs. The torches, their flames wavering in brass holders, painted the room in warm golds and ambers, illuminating murals of jaguars and serpents that seemed to watch over the feast with knowing eyes. Here, in this cocoon of luxury, the burdens of rule softened into moments of shared indulgence, where a noble's laugh, light and fleeting, carried the wit of a hidden jest about the gods' capricious favors. Beyond the dining hall, the palace unfolded like a dream, its corridors leading to chambers filled with treasures that spoke of a civilization's peak, rooms adorned with textiles dyed in vibrant cochineal reds and indigo blues draped over low platforms, where cushions of soft agave fiber invited repose. The air in these spaces held a persistent fragrance of copal incense, burned in clay braziers to honor the spirits, its smoky tendrils curling upward like forgotten prayers. Servants, clad in simple tunics of woven bark cloth, moved with graceful deference, bearing baskets of fresh avocados and papayas, their skins glistening as if kissed by dew. The noble's own quarters, vast and airy, featured a platform bed draped in jaguar pelts. The furs texture a luxurious contrast to the smooth stone beneath, all bathed in the soft glow of shell lamps that flickered with the rhythm of breath. Life in the palace was a tapestry of ritual and repose, woven with the threads of daily abundance that excavation reports from sites like Chichen Itza reveal through their unearthed relics. Archaeologists, sifting through layers of time, have uncovered remnants of such feasts, charred maize kernels, and shattered pottery that hint at the meticulous organization behind this opulence. The nobles, as described in these findings, were not mere rulers, but stewards of prosperity, overseeing tributes of salt from coastal trades and obsidian from highland quarries, all funneled into the palace to sustain its grandeur. One might imagine the noble, in the quiet hours before dawn, contemplating a jade mask or a necklace of shimmering shells, each piece a testament to alliances forged through marriage or conquest, their surfaces cool and smooth under probing fingers. Yet amid this splendor, a mystery lingered like a shadow at the edge of light, one that the palace's stones guarded with silent intrigue. Whispers among the servants spoke of treasures vanished without trace, caches of gold ornaments and sacred codices that had been hidden during times of unrest. Perhaps in the late 8th century, when rival cities pressed upon Chichen Itza's borders, excavation reports detail anomalies in the palace foundations, sealed chambers, and unexplained voids that suggest deliberate concealment. As if the nobles had anticipated the fragility of their world, these lost relics, possibly spirited away by loyal guardians or lost to the earth's embrace, added a layer of enigma to the daily rhythm. A subtle wit in the way history teases with what it withholds. One could almost hear the faint echo of footsteps in empty halls, where a glint of metal might catch the torchlight, only to fade into the darkness, leaving behind a sense of wonder rather than alarm. As the night deepened, the palace transformed into a haven of tranquility, where the cooling air carried the distant calls of night birds and the rustle of leaves outside. The nobles, sated from their meal, would retire to balconies overlooking the cenote, its waters reflecting the stars like a mirror to the heavens. Here, under the vast sky, they might ponder the cycles of life, the maize that grew from the earth, and the feathers that adorned their heads, all part of a greater weave. The opulence was not just in the gold or the feasts, but in the quiet assurance of continuity, a lullaby of existence that soothed the spirit. In the mornings, sunlight filtered through lattice windows, warming the stone and awakening the palace with the scent of fresh atoll. A thick maize gruel spiced with vanilla and cinnamon, its steam rising like a gentle fog. Servants prepared the noble for the day, fastening his headdress with cords of twisted fiber, each feather a story of distant hunts and traded goods, as detailed in the artifacts recovered from Chichen Itza's elite residences. The palace gardens, with their plots of beans and squash, offered a bounty that filled the air with the crisp aroma of greens, tended by hands that knew the land's secrets. Evenings brought music, the soft plucking of a turtle shell harp echoing through the halls, its melodies weaving tales of heroes and harvests, a witty nod to the gods who bestowed such gifts. Through it all, the mystery of the lost treasures wove its thread, a puzzle that excavation teams have pieced together from fragmented clues, scattered beads, and half-buried vaults that speak of a deliberate vanishing act. Perhaps, in the noble's wisdom, these items were concealed to protect them from invaders, their locations known only to a chosen few. Now silenced by time, this enigma, distinct from other tales of the era, lent a dreamlike quality to the palace life, a reminder that not all wonders are meant to be uncovered. As the torches dimmed and the palace settled into the embrace of night, the noble might gaze upon the stars, his thoughts drifting like the smoke from the braziers. In this moment of peace, the opulence of his world felt eternal, a gentle cradle for the soul. And as the first light of dawn hinted at the world beyond, one could almost sense the story continuing, drawing toward new horizons with the promise of more whispers from the past. In the hushed dawn of 8th century Chichen Itza, where the jungle's breath mingled with the first light filtering through ancient ceiba trees, a group of Mayan Ballcourt players stirred from their thatched shelters. Their world was one of rhythm and repetition, a quiet dance of discipline etched into the heart of the Yucatan. Clad in simple loincloths woven from soft agave fibers, these athletes moved with the grace of shadows, their days unfolding like the steady pulse of a drum. No grand ceremonies marked their beginnings, only the subtle whisper of wind across the stone courts, inviting them into the familiar embrace of practice. Here, in this timeless routine, the mystery lingered like mist over the cenotes, the unrecorded schedules that eluded even the keenest scholars, leaving us to wonder at the unseen threads that wove their lives together. As the sun climbed higher, casting a golden veil over the great city, the players rose with the ease of long-honed habit. Their mornings began in the dim glow of their communal huts, where the air carried the faint scent of roasted maize and the earthy aroma of cacao beans ground into a frothy drink. One by one, they donned their loincloths, the fabric cool against their skin, a second layer that spoke of tradition and utility. These garments, lightweight and unadorned, allowed the breeze to kiss their bodies as they prepared for the day ahead. With a subtle wit, one might imagine the players exchanging quiet jests about the previous evening's dreams, their voices low and melodic, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind, acknowledging the quirks of fate that brought them to this path. They moved toward the Ballcourts with purposeful steps, the ground beneath their bare feet a tapestry of packed earth and smooth stones, warmed by the rising heat. The courts themselves were vast arenas of limestone, their walls etched with faint carvings that hinted at victories long past. Though the players paid them little mind, here in this sacred space, they gathered not for spectacle, but for the quiet work of mastery. The rubber ball, heavy and resilient, waited in baskets at the court's edge, its surface glossy from years of use, promising the satisfying thump that would soon fill the air. As they began their warm-ups, the players stretched their limbs, feeling the pull of muscles honed by generations of the game. The sun's rays danced on their sweat-slicked skin, a warm caress that evoked the steady rhythm of life itself. Their practice sessions unfolded in a soothing cadence, each movement deliberate and fluid. One player would loft the ball with a gentle arc, its bounce echoing softly against the court walls, a sound like distant thunder muted by the canopy above. The ball, crafted from the latex of the rubber tree, yielded a deep, resonant thud that vibrated through the air, inviting the others to respond. They leaped and twisted, their loincloths fluttering like whispers, the sweat beading on their foreheads and tracing paths down their backs. The scent of exertion mingled with the fresh earth, a earthy perfume that grounded them in the moment. In these hours, the world narrowed to the feel of the ball against their hips or elbows, for the Mayan game demanded no hands, only the precise strike of body against sphere. It was a dance of control, where each collision brought a fleeting warmth, the ball's rubber yielding just enough to remind them of its ancient origins. As the morning wore on, the players paused for brief respites, sinking onto the cool stones at the court's periphery. Here, they shared sips from clay vessels filled with water drawn from nearby wells, its coolness a balm against the growing heat. The sun climbed to its zenith, casting a golden haze that softened the edges of the world, and the players wiped the sweat from their brows with the edges of their loincloths, the fabric absorbing the moisture with a faint, satisfying rustle. In these interludes, a subtle wit emerged in their conversations, perhaps a light-hearted remark about a misjudged bounce, or the way the ball seemed to have a mind of its own, as if it carried whispers from the gods. Yet beneath it all lay the mystery of their unrecorded schedules, a puzzle that modern eyes might ponder. How did these athletes align their days without the scribe's ink, their routines passing like shadows, known only through the faint echoes in murals and relics? Afternoons brought a shift in tempo, the players retreating from the courts, to tend to the quieter aspects of their routines. They might gather in shaded groves to mend their gear, the rubber ball inspected for wear, its surface smoothed with oils derived from local seeds, releasing a nutty aroma that lingered in the air. The loincloths, too, were cared for with gentle hands, washed in streams where the water flowed clear and cool, carrying away the day's labors. In these moments, the sensory world enveloped them, the chirp of birds in the distance, the rustle of leaves brushing against their skin as they walked, the faint taste of salt on their lips from hours of practice. One could almost hear the subtle hum of the city beyond, the murmur of daily life in Chichen Itza, though the players remained focused on their own rhythm, a lullaby of repetition that soothed the soul. Evenings descended like a soft blanket, the sky shifting to hues of deepening blue, and the players returned to their shelters. Here, they shared meals of simple fare tortillas, warmed over open flames, their edges crisping with a gentle crackle, paired with beans seasoned with wild herbs that released a fragrant steam. The air grew cooler, the sweat on their skin drying in the breeze, leaving behind a clean, earthy scent. As they reclined on mats woven from palm fronds, the players might reflect on the day's efforts, their bodies aching with a pleasant weariness, like the gentle pull of tide on the shore. Subtle wit wove through their tales, perhaps a story of how the ball once eluded a great champion, bouncing away as if guided by unseen forces, a nod to the mysteries that surrounded their sport. Throughout their routines, the enigma of unrecorded schedules wove an invisible thread. Unlike the grand inscriptions that chronicled rulers and rituals, the players' daily lives slipped through the cracks of history, preserved only in the faint outlines of pottery and the whispers of oral traditions. Scholars today might marvel at this void, imagining how these athletes balanced their training with the demands of family and community, their days unmarked by the calendars that tracked celestial events. It was as if their schedules were a secret language, spoken in the bounce of the ball and the sweat of their brows, a mystery that added a layer of intrigue to their otherwise steady existence. As the night deepened, the players drifted into sleep, the sounds of the jungle a soothing symphony around them, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Their dreams, perhaps, carried echoes of the court's rhythms. The balls thump a lullaby that faded into silence. In this calm repose, one might sense the subtle wit of time itself, preserving their stories in fragments, inviting us to piece together the puzzle. Yet for now, their routines remained a tranquil cycle, a testament to the enduring spirit of Chichen Itza's players. And so, as the stars wheeled above, the mystery lingered, a gentle invitation to the next whisper of history. In the heart of ancient Chichen Itza, where the Yucatan sun hung low and golden in the 8th century sky, the great Ballcourt stretched like a silent river of stone. Tall walls rose on either side, etched with faint carvings that whispered of contests long past, their surfaces smoothed by time, and the endless scuff of bare feet. Here, amidst the hush of midday heat, a group of players gathered, their bodies clad in simple loincloths that fluttered gently in the warm breeze. They moved with a rhythm born of discipline, their forms lean and sinewy from hours under the relentless gaze of the gods. The air carried the faint scent of baked earth and distant jungle foliage, a soothing backdrop to the soft thump of a rubber ball against the court. Each player, selected for their agility and strength, began their drills with deliberate grace, as if performing a dance meant to honor the unseen forces of the world. One by one, they positioned themselves along the long, narrow field, the stone beneath their feet warm and slightly yielding from the morning's dew. The ball, heavy and resilient, made from the sap of the Castillo tree, landed with a muted thud that echoed faintly off the surrounding walls, a sound like a heartbeat pulsing through the quiet. Their training unfolded in patterns drawn from generations of oral tradition, for the Mayans left no scrolls detailing these sacred routines. Archaeologists, centuries later, have uncovered remnants in the Ballcourts of Chichen Itza, fragments of rubber balls preserved in the dry soil, and reliefs on stone markers showing figures in mid-strike. Yet the exact methods remained a gentle enigma, a mystery wrapped in the folds of time. How did these players, with no written guides, perfect their aim and timing? Perhaps it was through the repetition of simple exercises, like the one now unfolding before the imagined eye. A young player stepped forward, his loincloth tied loosely at the waist, the fabric brushing against his skin as he bent low. He gripped the ball lightly in his hands, feeling its weight, the rubber slightly tacky from the humid air. With a fluid motion, he rolled it toward his companion, who awaited with knees slightly bent and hips aligned. The ball arced gracefully, cutting through the stillness, and met the second player's side with a soft, resonant thump. The impact sent a faint vibration through the stone court, dust rising in lazy swirls that caught the light like fireflies at dusk. This was no frantic game, but a measured practice, each movement designed to build endurance and precision. As they continued, the group formed a loose circle, their breath steady, and even the warmth of exertion mingling with the cooling breeze. The stone underfoot, worn smooth by countless predecessors, held a quiet wisdom, its surface cool in patches where shadows lingered. One player demonstrated a pivot, twisting his body to redirect the ball without hands, relying solely on the curve of his hip. The rubber met flesh with a gentle slap, the sound blending into the ambient hum of insects in the nearby trees. It was a technique honed through endless repetition, perhaps inspired by the jaguar's stealth or the eagle's dive. Though no records confirmed such origins, the mystery deepened in these moments. For while excavations at Chichen Itza revealed the grandeur of the Ballcourt's massive, eye-shaped structures, with sloping walls and rings high above the intimate details of training eluded capture. Scholars pieced together clues from scattered artifacts. A ceramic vessel depicting a player mid-drill, or the faint outlines of balls found in ceremonial caches. Yet, what rituals accompanied these sessions? Did they chant low invocations to the rain god Chalk? Their voices, a soothing murmur that blended with the wind. The air might have carried whispers of ancient proverbs, passed from mentor to novice, urging patience and poise. In another drill, the players paired off, the ball bouncing between them in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. One would strike it with his elbow, guiding it along the court's edge, while the other mirrored the motion, their shadows stretching long across the stone. The dust from their movements rose and settled like a fine veil, carrying the earthy aroma of pulverized limestone mixed with the salt of sweat. Each thump of the ball was a soft punctuation, a lullaby of effort that spoke of resilience without the clamor of conflict. There was a subtle wit in their persistence, a quiet defiance against the uncertainties of life in the Maya world, where every training session might prepare them for games that honored the cycles of harvest and rain. As the sun climbed higher, casting a golden haze over the court, the players paused for a breath, their bodies glistening faintly. The stone beneath them retained the morning's coolness in its deeper crevices, offering a momentary respite. Here, in this sacred space, they embodied the balance of strength and serenity, drawing from the land's own rhythms. Archaeological finds, such as the elaborate headdresses and protective gear depicted in murals, suggested that training involved not just physical prowess, but mental focus, perhaps visualized through meditations on the stars or the flow of rivers. Yet, the unrecorded elements lingered like a soft fog. How did they train for the ball's unpredictable bounce? That rubber sphere defying easy prediction, perhaps through games played in the pre-dawn light, when the court stones were still damp with dew, the ball's thump muffled and contemplative. Or maybe they practiced with weighted versions, the extra heft building the muscles needed for precision strikes. These speculations, drawn from the silence of history, added a layer of intrigue, a gentle puzzle that invited the mind to wander without urgency. The drills evolved, incorporating leaps and dodges, each player anticipating the ball's path, as if reading the wind's subtle shifts. The sound of their footfalls, a light patter against the stone, wove into the chorus of distant bird calls, creating a symphony of tranquility. One might imagine the ball's trajectory as a metaphor for life's uncertainties, its thump a reminder of the earth's steady pulse. In this way, their training transcended mere sport, becoming a ritual of harmony with the natural world. As afternoon waned, the players gathered for a final sequence, forming lines to simulate the game's intensity. The ball moved faster now, its impacts more pronounced, yet still enveloped in the court's calming embrace. The dust settled once more, leaving the air clear and fragrant with the scent of blooming orchids from the jungle's edge. Through it all, the mystery of their methods endured, a testament to to the Maya's ingenuity, preserved only in the echoes of stone and the whispers of time. In the fading light, as the players dispersed, their loincloths swaying with each step, one couldn't help but feel the pull of what lay beyond. The Ballcourt, with its timeless drills, connected to the wider tapestry of Maya life, hinting at stories yet to unfold. And so, as shadows lengthened across the stone, thoughts turned gently toward the morrow, where new mysteries might await. In the quiet dawn, as the sun dipped low over the ancient stones of Chichen Itza, casting long shadows across the dusty camp, a group of Mayan Ballcourt players gathered in the fading light. They sat in a loose circle, their bodies clad only in simple loincloths woven from coarse fibers, the fabric clinging gently to skin, still warm from the day's exertions. The air was thick with the fine dust of the earth, a soft veil that settled on everything like a whispered secret, carrying the faint, earthy scent of crushed limestone and dried sweat. Here, in this quiet refuge beyond the grand Ballcourt's high walls, they turned their attention to the tools of their craft pads of leather and hide, worn from countless clashes against the heavy rubber ball. One player, his hands calloused yet steady, picked up a battered pad, its edges frayed like the leaves of a ceiba tree after a storm. He ran his fingers over the surface, feeling the subtle give of the treated hide, a material crafted from the hides of deer hunted in the surrounding jungles. The pad, once supple and protective, now bore the marks of repeated impacts, small tears, and stiff patches that could mean the difference between victory and injury. With a gentle scrape of a stone tool against the leather, he began his work, the sound a soft rhythm, like the distant call of night birds echoing through the trees. The air around him carried a faint, oily aroma as he applied a mixture of animal fat and crushed herbs, a remedy passed down through generations, its recipe as old as the Ballcourts themselves. Nearby, another player knelt on a mat of woven reeds, his movements deliberate and unhurried. He held a needle fashioned from a sharpened fish bone, threading it with fibers stripped from agave plants, strong and flexible like the vines that draped the temple ruins. The pad before him was larger, meant to guard his hip, and he worked to mend a split seam, his breath steady as he pulled the thread through. Each stitch was a quiet act of preservation, the leather whispering under his touch, releasing a dry, musty scent that mingled with the evening breeze. Dust motes danced in the air, catching the last rays of sunlight, creating a hazy glow that softened the lines of his face, etched with the quiet determination of a man who knew the game's demands all too well. In this camp, nestled among the low hills that overlooked the great city, the players found a moment of respite from the intensity of the Ballcourt. The pads they repaired were not mere objects, but extensions of their bodies, shaped to fit the contours of their limbs with the precision of a sculptor's hand. Archaeological whispers from later centuries would reveal fragments of such gear pieces of hardened leather, and stone reinforcements unearthed from sites like Chichen Itza, hinting at the sophisticated designs that once protected these athletes. Yet, as the players worked, there lingered a subtle mystery in the air, one that time had not fully erased. What intricate patterns had been etched into these pads, perhaps symbols of the gods or celestial alignments, lost now to the decay of centuries. The designs, if they existed, were gone, buried under layers of earth and forgetfulness, leaving only faint impressions on clay figurines and murals that modern eyes could only ponder. The first player paused, wiping his brow with the back of his hand, leaving a streak of dust that gleamed like starlight in the twilight. He examined his work, the pad now smoothed and reinforced, its surface gleaming faintly under a thin layer of oil. The scent was comforting, a blend of rendered fat and wild herbs gathered from the forest edges, evoking the lush greenery that surrounded the city. As he flexed the material, testing its resilience, the leather creaked softly, a sound as gentle as the rustle of leaves in a midnight breeze. Around him, the camp hummed with similar activities, the soft thud of tools on hides, the occasional murmur of conversation in the Mayan tongue, words flowing like a lullaby through the cooling air. Another player, younger and with a wit as sharp as his tools, chuckled softly to himself as he worked on a smaller pad for his elbow. These old things hold more stories than the priest's scrolls, he might have said, his voice a low tease carried on the wind, though he spoke it only in his thoughts. Not wishing to disturb the serene rhythm, he dabbed a cloth soaked in a sap like resin, derived from the bark of local trees, onto the leather. The sticky substance releasing a resinous aroma that evoked the deep forest. The process was meticulous, each application sealing the material against the dust and sweat that plagued it during games. Sensory memories flooded his mind, the way the pad absorbed the shock of the ball, the warmth it retained from his body, all while he ensured no flaw remained. For in the Ballcourt, even a small weakness could lead to unforeseen consequences. As dusk deepened, the players continued their tasks, the camp enveloped in a tranquil haze. The air grew cooler, carrying the distant sounds of the city, winding down the faint calls of vendors packing up, the rhythmic drip of water from a nearby cenote. One by one, they passed around a vessel of cool water infused with lime, its refreshing tang cutting through the dryness, a small ritual that grounded them in the moment. The pads, now mended, lay arranged on mats, their surfaces reflecting the starlit sky above, a canvas of possibilities yet to unfold. In the quiet, the mystery of lost designs wove through their thoughts like a gentle fog. Had the ancients inscribed protective glyphs onto these pads, symbols drawn from the stars or the underworld, now faded beyond recovery? Excavations in places like Chichen Itza had yielded only fragments, a curved piece of leather with indecipherable markings, or a stone mold suggesting elaborate forms but nothing complete. It was as if the gods themselves had veiled these secrets, leaving the players to wonder in their humble camps, perhaps in the soft scraping of tools against hide. They sensed the echo of innovations long vanished. Innovations that might have made the pads lighter or more enduring, tailored to the precise arc of a ball's flight. The second player finished his stitching, tying off the thread with a neat knot, his fingers moving with the grace of a weaver, crafting a ceremonial cloth. He held the pad up to the light, admiring how the repaired seam blended seamlessly. The leather's texture now even and resilient. The dust in the air settled like a fine blanket, and he inhaled deeply. The scent of his labor, a mix of earth and oil, filling his senses. Around him, the others nodded in approval, their expressions serene, as if sharing an unspoken bond forged through these nightly rituals. Time slipped by in this peaceful enclave, the players' movements synchronized like the cycles of the moon. They oiled hinges and straps, ensuring every part was supple, drawing on knowledge gleaned from elders and the subtle clues left in ancient carvings. The wit of their trade revealed itself in small ways. A player might grin at how a stubborn tear finally yielded, as if the leather had its own playful spirit. Yet beneath it all, the mystery persisted, a soft undercurrent in their work, reminding them that some aspects of their gear would forever remain enigmatic, preserved only in the annals of time's gentle forgetfulness. As the night grew deeper, the camp began to quiet, the players wrapping their mended pads in cloths for the morrow. The air was now cool and still, carrying the faint whisper of leaves and the promise of dreams. In this lullaby of maintenance, they prepared not just for the game, but for the enduring legacy of their craft, a thread connecting them to the vast tapestry of Mayan history. And as the stars twinkled above, one might imagine the transition to what lay ahead, the dawn of new challenges, where the fruits of their labor would shine in the light of the Ballcourt once more, in the fading light of an 8th century evening in Chichen Itza. The ancient city's stone ballcourts stood silent, their echoes lingering like whispers from a dream. Here, amid the thatched roof villages that hugged the edges of the great plaza, a group of players gathered, their bodies still marked by the day's exertions, clad in simple loincloths woven from soft agave fibers. These men moved with the easy grace of those who knew the rhythm of the game, their skin glistening faintly from the day's sweat. The air carried a gentle warmth, the kind that wrapped around you like a familiar blanket. As they settled into the communal space of a modest hut, sharing the simple bounty of their harvest, the players, drawn from the common folk of the Yucatan lowlands, formed a circle on woven mats spread across the earthen floor, their faces, etched with the lines of honest labor, reflected a quiet camaraderie that needed no grand words. One man, his name lost to time, but his presence vivid in the moment, reached for a clay pot simmering over a low fire. The maze inside hissed softly as it cooked, releasing a scent of earth and warmth that mingled with the smoky tang of roasting chili peppers. It was a humble meal, yet in its preparation lay the threads of their bonds. Each stir of the spoon, a silent affirmation of shared lives. The soft chatter rose and fell like the gentle lapping of waves against the distant cenotes. Voices low and melodic, discussing the arc of a ball or the strategy of a feint, all underscored by the occasional chuckle that carried a subtle wit, like a hidden smile in the twilight. As the stars began to prick the indigo sky, the players passed around baskets of fresh tamales, their husks whispering as they were unwrapped. The steam rose, carrying notes of savory beans and squash, a symphony of flavors that spoke of the fertile fields they tended between games. One could almost feel the texture of the warm masa against the fingers, its slight graininess giving way to a creamy center that soothed the palate. The village dogs nosed around the edges, their tails swishing lazily, adding a rhythmic undertone to the scene. In these moments, the player's world narrowed to the glow of the fire and the company of kin, their loincloths a modest uniform that erased the divides of rank or prowess. For in Chichen Itza's social tapestry, as recorded in the murals and codices of the era, the ball game was not merely sport, but a ritual that wove individuals into a greater whole, fostering alliances that sustained the community through droughts and feasts alike. Yet beneath this serene gathering lay the mystery of unwritten friendships, those intangible connections that history's scribes often overlooked. While the stelae and pottery of the Mayans depicted the grandeur of kings and the spectacle of the court, the quiet loyalties among these players remained shrouded, like shadows in the jungle's undergrowth. How did a quick nod during a meal deepen into a bond that might sway the outcome of a game, or even influence village decisions? The codices, such as those from the Dresden or Madrid collections, hint at social structures where players formed guilds or teams based on familial ties. Yet, they leave gaps where unspoken pacts flourished. Perhaps it was in the shared glance over a steaming bowl, or the way one player might adjust another's mat with a knowing touch, that these friendships took root. A subtle wit emerged in their banter, like when one teased another about a missed shot, saying, "Your ball flies like a bird fleeing the jaguar," drawing soft laughs that eased the day's tensions without sting. The evening air grew cooler, carrying the faint perfume of night-blooming flowers from the surrounding milpas, their petals unfurling in silent bloom. The players ate slowly, savoring each bite, the maize slight crunch giving way to a comforting warmth that spread through the body. One man, perhaps a veteran of many seasons, recounted tales of past games, not with bravado, but with the detached calm of a storyteller under the stars, his words painting pictures of leather balls thumping against stone walls. These narratives, drawn from oral traditions preserved in later Mayan records, revealed how such gatherings reinforced the social fabric, players from different kin groups found common ground. The mystery deepened here. In the absence of written accounts of their personal alliances, one wonders if these bonds were deliberate secrets, guarded to maintain balance in a world where rivalries could turn fierce. It was a quiet enigma, as if the players themselves wove an invisible net of loyalty, felt but not seen, much like the way the fire's glow danced without fully illuminating the hut's corners. As the meal wound down, the group lingered, their voices softening to murmurs that blended with the night, sounds the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Sensory details emerged in the shared silence. The earthy aroma of the cooling clay pots, the gentle weight of fatigue in their limbs, the faint stickiness of sap on their fingers from earlier work in the fields. Historical accounts, like those in the Popol Vuh, speak of ball players as heroes in mythic tales. But here, in the villages, they were ordinary men whose friendships formed the backbone of resilience. A subtle wit surfaced again, as one player quipped about the stars watching their every move, as if the cosmos itself played audience to their unseen alliances, drawing a ripple of amused sighs. In these gatherings, the players' bonds extended beyond the Ballcourt, echoing the Mayan emphasis on reciprocity and community, as seen in the agricultural cycles depicted in reliefs from sites like Tikal. They shared not only food, but stories of the land, of rains that nourished the maize and winds that whispered through the ceiba trees. The mystery of their unwritten friendships added a layer of intrigue, a gentle puzzle that invited contemplation. Were these ties born of necessity, or did they arise from a deeper, unspoken understanding of life's impermanence? One might imagine a player pausing mid-story, his eyes distant, as if sensing the fragility of such connections in a world where time eroded even the mightiest stones. The fire dimmed to embers, casting a soft, golden haze over the group, and the air filled with the soothing scent of spent wood. Each player, in his loincloth and quiet repose, embodied the calm strength of their culture, where community was the quiet force that withstood the ages. As the night deepened, the soft chatter faded, leaving only the mystery lingering like a half-remembered dream, a testament to bonds that history could hint at, but never fully capture. And so, as the village settled into slumber, the players' shared moments hinted at broader horizons, where the rhythms of life in Chichen Itza wove into the larger tapestry of the Mayan world, ready to unfold in the light of a new dawn. In the fading light of an 8th century evening in Chichen Itza, the ancient Ballcourt stood as a silent sentinel, its high stone walls echoing the whispers of bygone rituals. The air hung heavy with the earthy scent of damp limestone and blooming night flowers, while a gentle breeze carried the distant murmur of leaves rustling like soft secrets shared among the stars. Here, in this sacred space, the players gathered, their bodies adorned in simple loincloths woven from cotton fibers dyed with hues of ochre and jade, moving with the graceful poise of those who danced on the edge of the divine. These athletes, chosen by their communities for their strength and spiritual devotion, approached the court's edge with measured steps, their bare feet pressing into the cool, uneven ground that still bore the faint imprints of countless games played under the watchful eyes of the gods. The ritual began not with fanfare, but with a quiet reverence, as each player knelt before a small altar erected near the court's perimeter. Upon it rested offerings of maize kernels, glistening with dew, and clusters of cacao beans, their rich aroma mingling with the smoky tendrils of copal incense that curled upward like lazy spirits ascending to the heavens. The incense burned in shallow clay bowls, its fragrance a soothing balm that wrapped around the players like a warm embrace, evoking the comforting scent of sacred fires tended through generations. Soft chants rose from their lips, melodies as fluid as the flow of a jungle stream, invoking the benevolence of the rain god Chalk and the maize god Umulkayax. The players' voices blended in harmonious whispers, each word a thread in an invisible tapestry that connected the earthly realm to the celestial one. "O bringers of life," they murmured, their tones low and rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. "Accept these humble gifts and grant us the vigor to honor your will." The air grew thick with the incense's haze, a gentle veil that softened the outlines of the players' forms, making them appear almost ethereal against the court's imposing architecture. One could almost feel the warmth of the flames flickering on their skin, a subtle heat that contrasted with the cooling night air, as if the fire itself whispered ancient promises of renewal. In these moments, the players extended their arms, palms upward, presenting not just physical offerings, but their very essence to the deities. A player might crush a handful of herbs between his fingers, releasing a burst of pungent, herbal notes that danced on the breeze, mingling with the incense to create a symphony of scents that evoked the lush forests surrounding Chichen Itza. Historical accounts from the codices, such as those preserved in the Dresden Codex, speak of such practices as essential acts of reciprocity, where the players sought to maintain balance between the human world and the divine. They drew upon the wisdom of their ancestors, who had long understood that the ball game was more than sport. It was a conduit for spiritual communion, though the exact words and gestures remained veiled in tradition. As the chants continued, the players would anoint themselves with a mixture of water and sacred pigments, the liquid cool against their skin, leaving faint traces that glistened under the moonlight like stars fallen to earth. This act, drawn from the rituals described in Mayan iconography found on temple walls, symbolized purification and readiness, a gentle nod to the gods' expectations. The soft rustle of their loincloths against the stone as they moved added a tactile rhythm to the ceremony, a whisper of fabric that harmonized with the chants, creating a lullaby of sound and sensation. Subtle wit laced these traditions, as if the gods themselves appreciated the players' humble attempts at perfection, with one elder perhaps murmuring a light-hearted proverb about the May's offering being as generous as the rain's first drops, yet never quite enough to fill the sky. Yet, amid this serene tableau, there lingered the mystery of unwritten rituals, those elusive practices that slipped through the cracks of recorded history like shadows at dusk, while the codices and stelae of Chichen Itza detailed the grander aspects of Mayan religion. Certain rites performed by the players remained unspoken, passed down through oral traditions that faded with each generation. What precise incantations did they utter in the deepest hours of the night, when the court's echoes grew faint and the stars seemed to listen? Historians ponder this enigma, for the players might have incorporated gestures or offerings known only to their inner circles, perhaps involving rare resins that released a spicy, intoxicating vapor, or feathers from elusive birds whose calls mimicked the wind's sigh. This mystery adds a layer of intrigue, a gentle puzzle that invites contemplation rather than confrontation, reminding us that not all sacred knowledge was meant for stone or bark paper. The players, with their focused expressions and steady breaths, embodied this enigma in their movements. One might trace a pattern in the air with a feathered wand, the soft swish cutting through the incense-laden air, evoking the flight of a sacred bird. The sensory details of these acts were profound. The slight stickiness of sap on their fingers, the faint taste of salt from their sweat mingling with the air's humidity, and the distant hoot of an owl that seemed to punctuate their chants like a knowing interlude. Historical examples from the Madrid Codex illustrate similar offerings, where players presented symbolic items to ensure the gods' favor, though the personal variations in Chichen Itza's rituals suggest a depth unexplored in written records. It was as if each gesture held a secret code, a subtle dance of faith that evolved with the seasons, much like the way the jungle vines twisted around ancient ruins, ever adapting yet rooted in the past. As the ceremony progressed, the players would pause to share a collective breath, the air filled with the comforting warmth of camaraderie, veiled in spirituality. They might light additional incense, its smoke forming lazy spirals that caught the light of the moon, casting a soft glow on the quartz carvings of serpents and deities. The scent grew richer, blending with the night's floral undertones, creating an atmosphere that soothed the soul, much like a lullaby easing a child into dreams. Subtle wit emerged in the way they handled mishaps. A spilled offering might draw a murmured jest about the gods' playful nature, turning potential error into a moment of light-hearted reverence. Throughout these practices, the players maintained a detached poise, especially when contemplating the graver consequences of their rituals. For in the Mayan worldview, failure to honor the gods could lead to droughts or misfortunes. Yet these were discussed with a calm acceptance, focusing on the enduring cycle of life rather than the immediacy of loss. The soft chants would swell and fade, their echoes lingering like a fading melody, while the incense's aroma waned, leaving only a faint, lingering sweetness on the air, drawing from historical sources like the Popol Vuh and various stele inscriptions. We see that these rituals were integral to the players' lives, emphasizing offerings as acts of devotion rather than obligation. A player might incorporate a unique element, such as grinding a specific herb that released a sharp, invigorating scent, to personalize their plea to the gods, adding layers of sensory richness to the scene. The mystery deepened here, for what unseen forces guided these choices. Perhaps it was the whisper of ancestral voices, carried on the wind that rustled the court's edges, a phenomenon noted in oral histories, but never fully documented. As the night deepened, the players concluded their offerings, their bodies weary yet fulfilled, the court's stones retaining a residual warmth from the day's sun. The chants softened to a mere hum, fading into the vast expanse of the sky, where stars twinkled like distant fires. In this gentle close, one could almost hear the subtle wit of the universe, as if the gods themselves smiled upon these devoted souls. And so, with the rituals complete, our thoughts naturally drift toward the broader tapestry of Mayan life, where such practices wove seamlessly into the fabric of existence, inviting us to ponder what lies beyond the court's shadows. Word count: 1,500 in the hushed twilight of 8th century Chichen Itza, where the great Ballcourt lay like a slumbering serpent under the stars. The players gathered in their modest camps, these men, clad in simple loincloths that whispered against their sun-kissed skin, moved with the quiet rhythm of ancient rituals, their bodies still echoing the day's fierce contests. The air, heavy with the day's dust settling like a fine veil, carried whispers of healing herbs, drawing one into a world where every breath promised renewal. Here, amid the low murmurs and the soft crackle of fires, they tended to their well-being, drawing from the earth's bounty in ways that had been passed down through generations. A soothing dance of nature and tradition. The players, their muscles aching from the game's relentless pace, would first seek the comfort of herbal steams. Picture them seated in circles around shallow pits, where water heated by glowing stones released tendrils of vapor, laced with the essence of wild marigold and copal resin. The steam rose gently, wrapping around their forms like a mother's embrace, its warmth seeping into tired limbs and easing the sting of unseen bruises. One might inhale deeply, the scent a blend of earthy sweetness and faint bitterness, like the memory of rain on limestone. It was no mere ritual. Ancient Mayan texts, etched in codices now faded, but once vibrant, spoke of these practices as essential for balancing the body's humors. The players crushed leaves between calloused fingers, releasing oils that mingled with the steam, their movements deliberate and calm, as if the very act could lull the spirit into harmony. In these camps, tucked away from the grand pyramids and the watchful eyes of the elite, the players prepared their remedies with a wit as subtle as the wind's sigh. Ah, this one, an elder might murmur with a faint smile, holding up a bundle of anito seeds, remembers the gods' secrets better than I do my own name. They ground the seeds into a paste, mixing it with honey gathered from hidden hives in the jungle's edge, creating salves that soothed scrapes and soothed the mind. The honey's golden hue caught the firelight, and as they applied it, the players felt the cool slip of the mixture on their skin, a gentle counterpoint to the day's heat. Sensory memories wove through these moments, the sticky residue on fingertips, the faint floral undertone cutting through the dusty air, the soft patter of drops falling from leaves overhead. Such practices, drawn from the wisdom of healers who consulted the stars and the sacred texts, ensured that even the fiercest competitor could find peace, their breaths slowing to the pace of a lullaby. Yet, amid this tranquility, a mystery lingered like mist over the cenotes. The lost remedy recipes, those elusive formulas once inscribed on bark paper and whispered in temple shadows, had slipped into the veil of time. Scholars of the era, poring over fragments of the Madrid Codex and other revered documents, hinted at potions that could mend bones as surely as the rain mends the earth. Imagine a player, his eyes half closed in the steam's haze, recounting tales of a forgotten brew made from the bark of the ramon tree and the petals of the plumeria, said to banish fatigue and fortify the heart. But the exact measures, the precise incantations, had vanished, carried away by conquests and the relentless march of centuries. It was a gentle enigma, one that added a layer of wonder to their routines, for in the absence of full knowledge, the players relied on intuition and oral traditions, their subtle wit shining through in shared jests about the gods hoarding the best secrets for themselves. As night deepened, the camps transformed into sanctuaries of sensory delight. The players would brew teas from chamomile and yerba santa, the leaves steeping in clay pots warmed by embers. The aroma wafted upward, a soothing blend of herbal earthiness and subtle spice, inviting relaxation like a whispered story. One could almost taste the warmth on the tongue, a mild bitterness giving way to a comforting sweetness, as if the drink carried the essence of the jungle itself. They sipped slowly, their loincloths shifting with each breath, the fabric's rough texture a reminder of their earthly ties. In these quiet hours, they massaged their joints with oils extracted from avocado pits and cacao beans, the liquid's silky glide easing tension and evoking the soft rustle of leaves in a breeze. The air, now cooler and laced with the faint scent of night blooming flowers, wrapped around them, creating a cocoon of calm that spoke to the soul's need for restoration. Historical echoes from Mayan medical lore, as preserved in the surviving pages of ancient manuscripts, guided these practices with unerring precision. Texts described how healers, much like these players, used poultices of aloe vera to draw out inflammation. The plant's gel cooling like a stream's kiss on overheated skin, one player might recall, in a voice as smooth as a lullaby, how his grandfather spoke of remedies that aligned the body with the cosmos, using herbs aligned with the cycles of Venus and the moon. The sensory details were profound, the slight sting of aloe as it was applied, the way the gel dried to a taut film, the earthy aroma mingling with the camp's pervasive dust. Such methods were not just for physical ailments. They nurtured the spirit, fostering a resilience that turned even the grimmest of injuries into mere whispers of the past, their consequences fading like shadows at dawn. In the soft glow of the fires, conversations turned to the art of balance, a subtle wit threading through their words. The herbs know more than we do, one might say with a knowing chuckle, as they mixed a paste of mint and wild ginger, its invigorating scent awakening the senses. Even in repose, the players applied this to their temples, feeling the cool tingle spread, a gentle reminder of nature's wisdom. Sensory layers unfolded, the crisp crunch of leaves underfoot as they gathered supplies, the warm weight of a clay bowl in hand, the faint hum of insects providing a backdrop to their serenity. These practices, rooted in the Maya's profound understanding of their environment, ensured that the players emerged from each game not as broken warriors, but as renewed guardians of tradition. As the night wore on, the mystery of the lost recipes wove deeper into their gatherings. Whispers spoke of a legendary elixir, perhaps derived from the sacred ceiba tree and elusive jungle vines, that could heal wounds in a single night. Yet, like dreams dissolving at first light, these recipes eluded capture, their absence a poignant reminder of time's gentle erosion. The players, ever adaptable, innovated with what remained, their subtle humor lightening the veil of loss. If only the old texts could speak, one might muse, stirring a herbal infusion, its steam curling like unspoken secrets. Through it all, the camps remained a haven, where the dusty air carried the promise of healing, and the stars above mirrored the players' quiet strength. In this soothing rhythm, one felt the pull of history, a lullaby that cradled the weary and whispered of enduring mysteries. And as the embers dimmed, thoughts turned gently toward the morrow, where new days would unfold with the same careful grace, bridging the past and the unseen paths ahead. In the hushed light of dawn over 8th century Chichen Itza, the great Ballcourt lay like a slumbering giant amid the jungle's embrace. Its high walls of carved stone whispering secrets of ancient contests. The air carried the faint, earthy scent of dew-kissed foliage and sun-warmed limestone, a gentle prelude to the day's rhythms. Here, in the shadows of towering pyramids, the children of Ballcourt player families stirred from their simple thatched homes, their small forms clad in loincloths of soft, woven cotton that brushed against their skin like a mother's touch. These young ones, barely taller than the ceremonial baskets they carried, moved with quiet purpose through the dew-dampened grass, their roles woven into the fabric of Mayan life as seamlessly as the threads of their garments. Their tasks began early, under the soft glow that painted the sky in hues of pale rose and gold. A time when the world felt like a dream, half remembered. Little boys and girls, their hair tied with cords of dyed fiber that swayed gently with each step, gathered the tools of the game with hands still marked by the innocence of youth. A young boy named Mayan, no more than 7 summers old, hoisted a leather ball onto his shoulder, its surface smooth and cool against his palm. A faint echo of the echoes it would soon make against the court walls. The ball, crafted from the sap of rubber trees and wrapped in deerskin, felt weighty yet familiar. A burden that spoke of heritage passed down through generations of player families. His sister, Ixchel, trailed beside him, her small loincloth fluttering lightly in the morning breeze, carrying a net of obsidian blades and feathered headdresses, their edges glinting subtly in the rising light. The children moved in a procession as natural as the flow of a river, their bare feet padding softly on the dusty stone pathways that led to the court. Each step stirred a whisper of fine grit, the kind that clung to their skin and left a faint, powdery trace on their soles, a sensory reminder of the earth's enduring presence. The stone itself, worn smooth by centuries of use, held the warmth of the night just past, a gentle heat that seeped through their feet like a comforting story told in the dark. In these moments, the children's roles were clear and vital, for the ball game was not merely sport, but a ritual tied to the cosmos, and they were the unseen threads that bound it all together. As Mayan and Ixchel approached the court's edge, the air grew thick with the scent of copal incense from the previous evening's ceremonies, a sweet, resinous aroma that lingered like a half-forgotten melody. Their duties involved preparing the sacred space, arranging the gear with a precision learned from watchful elders. Ixchel knelt to align the feathered banners along the wall, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of quetzal plumes, soft as whispers against her skin. The feathers, vibrant in shades of emerald and azure, caught the light in a way that made the court seem alive, as if the very stones breathed with anticipation. Mayan, meanwhile, tested the ball's bounce on a patch of packed earth, the soft thud echoing faintly, a sound muffled by the surrounding foliage that rustled gently in the breeze. These actions were not mere chores. They were acts of devotion, echoing the social records inscribed on stelae and codices that spoke of children in player families as helpers in the grand theater of the game. Yet, even as they performed these visible tasks, a veil of mystery shrouded the unrecorded aspects of their contributions, a subtle enigma that danced at the edges of history like shadows at dusk. The Mayan social records, etched into stone and bark paper, detailed the grandeur of the ball game and the roles of adults But the children's quieter labors often slipped into the unseen, leaving gaps that intrigue the modern mind. Perhaps in the soft twilight hours before the games, these young ones engaged in tasks lost to time, whispered chants to appease the gods, or the careful polishing of jade amulets that hung from their necks, their cool surfaces pressing against warm skin. One might imagine Kayin slipping away to gather rare herbs from the forest fringe, their pungent leaves crushed between his fingers, a ritual scent mingling with the court's dusty air. Ixchel, with her keen eyes, could have been tending to the ceremonial fires, her hands guiding the flames in patterns known only to the initiated. The heat, a gentle caress on her cheeks. Historical accounts, drawn from the remnants of codices, like those from nearby sites, suggest that children in such families learned the game's intricacies through observation and mimicry. Their small forms darting about the court like fireflies in the evening gloom. Yet the mystery deepens when one considers the unchronicled moments, the secret games played among themselves in hidden clearings, where the soft patter of their feet on leaf-strewn ground mimicked the adults' contests, or the hushed exchanges of talismans that might have carried protective spells. These possibilities, inferred from fragmented carvings on temple walls, paint a picture of children as not just assistants, but keepers of subtle lore, their actions a bridge between the mundane and the divine. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a golden veil over the court, the children continued their work with a grace that belied their years. Kayin adjusted the straps of his loincloth, the fabric's light weave allowing a breeze to cool his skin, while Ixchel balanced a basket of chalky pigments on her hip, their fine dust drifting upward like mist, settling on her arms in a soft, powdery layer. The sensory world around them was alive with details, the distant call of parrots echoing through the trees, a sound like laughter carried on the wind, and the faint, metallic tang of the obsidian tools they handled, cool and sharp under their fingers. In these families, the children's roles extended beyond the physical. They were the living memory of the game, their presence ensuring that the rituals flowed as smoothly as the river that wound through the valley. One historical example, preserved in the faint outlines of murals at nearby Palenque, depicts youths similar to Kayin and Ixchel, their figures etched in profiles that suggest they aided in the game's preparation, perhaps anointing the court with water from sacred cenotes, the liquid cool and refreshing as it trickled over the stones. The water's touch would leave a slick residue, a sensory shift from the dry dust, inviting the player's feet to glide with purpose. Yet even here, the mystery persists. What unseen duties did these children perform? Did they whisper invocations to the rain god Chalk, their voices soft as the rustle of leaves, or arrange offerings that history forgot? Items like shells from distant seas, their smooth surfaces evoking the ocean's distant roar. In the gentle rhythm of their day, The children moved with an innate understanding, their loincloths swaying like pendulums in the quiet air. The court's vast expanse, with its high walls rising like silent guardians, amplified the soft sounds of their labor, the faint scrape of baskets on stone, the whisper of breath as they paused to wipe sweat from their brows, leaving streaks on their skin like morning dew. These moments, rich in sensory detail, underscored the children's integral place in the Ballcourt world, a role that blended duty with the wonder of youth. As the sun reached its zenith, warming the stones to a comforting glow, the children stepped back, their tasks complete for now. The mystery of their unrecorded contributions lingered, a gentle puzzle that added depth to their story, much like the faint patterns in the clouds above. Yet, as the day waned and the court's shadows lengthened, one could not help but turn thoughts toward the broader tapestry of life in Chichen Itza, where other facets awaited exploration. Word count 1,523. In the fading light of an 8th century evening in Chichen Itza, the air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and smoldering copal, where the Ballcourt players retreated to their modest village. These men, their bodies etched with the day's exertions, lounged in simple loincloths woven from agave fibers, their skin still warm from the sun's embrace. The thatched huts clustered like quiet sentinels along the fringe of the sacred grounds, their roofs of palm fronds whispering secrets to the breeze. Here, amid the gentle hum of crickets and the distant call of a nightjar, life unfolded in rhythms as old as the stones themselves. The players, known for their prowess in the ballgame that honored the gods, found solace in these humble abodes. Each hut was a sanctuary of simplicity, its walls of woven reeds and mud daub rising just high enough to enclose a space of earthen floors, smoothed by generations of bare feet. As twilight deepened, one player, perhaps named K-Inish after the sun god, reclined on a low mat, his limbs heavy with the memory of the court's hard, packed limestone. The air inside carried the faint, earthy aroma of roasted maize from the communal fire pit outside, its flames casting a soft, dancing glow that painted the thatch with hues of amber and shadow. A slight creak from the roof, as if the fronds were sighing under the weight of unseen stars, added a lull to the scene, inviting rest without demand. Around him, the village stirred with the subtle energy of recovery. Other players, their faces marked by faint traces of ochre paint from ceremonial rites, gathered in pairs or alone, exchanging murmured words in the Yucatec tongue. The sound was like a gentle stream, flowing soft and unhurried, carrying tales of the day's contest, where rubber balls had thundered against stone rings. Yet, in this moment, competition yielded to camaraderie, their voices a soothing murmur that blended with the rustle of leaves overhead. The firelight flickered across their forms, highlighting the play of muscles still taut from hours of leaping and dodging. But now, easing into repose. One man reached for a gourd of cool Adol, its milky sweetness mingling with the night's coolness. A simple pleasure that spoke of sustenance without extravagance. Historical fragments from Mayan excavation reports unearthed in sites like those at Chichen Itza reveal that these villages were more than mere shelters. They were threads in the fabric of a society where the ballgame intertwined with spiritual and communal life. The players, often drawn from commoner ranks rather than the elite, lived in structures that echoed the designs of earlier classic period settlements, such as those at Tikal or Koppen. Yet even as they rested, a quiet mystery wove through their surroundings, the enigma of lost village designs, patterns that time and jungle had reclaimed. Excavations in the 20th century, led by scholars like those from the Carnegie Institution, uncovered partial layouts, circular arrangements of huts around central plazas, perhaps mirroring the cosmos or the Ballcourt's geometry, but much remained hidden, as if the earth guarded its secrets, leaving only tantalizing clues in the form of buried post holes and fragmented pottery. In the dim glow of the fire, Inish traced idle patterns in the dirt with his finger, his thoughts drifting to these unseen blueprints. The village's layout, once vibrant and purposeful, had faded into obscurity, its full design lost to the ravages of conquest and overgrowth. Reports from digs in the 1940 described anomalies, irregular alignments of hearths and thresholds that suggested a deliberate cosmology, yet defied complete reconstruction. Was it a reflection of the underworld's layers, or a map of celestial paths? The mystery lent a subtle wit to their existence, as if the very ground chuckled at the impermanence of human endeavors. Here in the thatched haven, the players felt the weight of this enigma, a calming undercurrent to their fatigue, reminding them that their lives, like the designs, were part of a larger, unknowable tapestry. The evening air grew cooler, carrying the scent of blooming night flowers that perfumed the breeze with a hint of sweetness, like a whispered lullaby. Outside the hut, the soft patter of rain began, droplets tapping against the thatch in a rhythmic cadence that evoked the ball's bounce on the court. Each drop seemed to carry echoes of ancient rains that had shaped the Yucatan's landscape, nourishing the milpas and sustaining the community. The players, their loincloths drying by the fire's edge, felt the warmth seep into their bones, a gentle counterpoint to the day's intensity. One companion hummed a low melody, its notes weaving through the air like smoke from the flames. A tune passed down through oral traditions that excavation reports suggest dated back centuries. As the night deepened, the village revealed more of its sensory tapestry. The creaking of the roofs, a soft protest against the wind's caress, mingled with the occasional crackle of burning wood, releasing aromas of resin and charred herbs. These details, drawn from the meticulous records of sites like Chichen Itza's outlying settlements, painted a picture of resilience and tranquility. The player's rest was not idle. It was a ritual of renewal, allowing them to ponder the game's deeper meanings. Victory as a gift to the gods, defeat as a lesson in humility. Yet the mystery of the lost designs persisted, a subtle enigma that added layers to their repose. Excavators had found evidence of elaborate drainage systems and aligned pathways, hinting at a sophistication that modern eyes could only partially grasp. Much like the stars above that aligned with forgotten calendars. In this serene interlude, the player's world expanded beyond the physical. The firelight cast elongated shadows that danced like spirits on the hut walls, evoking tales of ancestors who had played the game before them. Subtle wit infused their quiet exchanges, a jest about a poorly aimed ball becoming a metaphor for life's unpredictability. Delivered with a sleepy smile, the air, now laced with the earthy tang of wet soil from the rain, wrapped around them like a blanket, fostering a detached reflection on the game's occasional grim outcomes, such as the symbolic sacrifices that reports from Mayan codices alluded to without graphic detail. Instead, the focus rested on the consequences. How loss in the game might mean a shift in status, a fading of honors, rather than dwelling on the act itself. Through the thatch, the night sky peaked in patches, its vastness a reminder of the cosmos that the village designs might have mirrored. Excavation findings from the 1970 at sites near the Great Ballcourt suggested that these outlying areas were arranged to align with solstices, their paths guiding processions that connected the mundane to the divine. Yet the full extent remained elusive, a mystery that lent an air of gentle intrigue to the player's evenings. As Kayinish closed his eyes, the creak of the roof above seemed to whisper of hidden symmetries, of villages built not just for living, but for echoing the eternal. The sensory richness of their surroundings continued to unfold. The cool touch of the mat against skin, the faint saltiness of sweat lingering from the day, the distant hoot of an owl that punctuated the night's calm. These elements, corroborated by archaeological insights, wove a narrative of endurance and peace. The players, in their loincloths, embodied a balance between exertion and ease, their rest a testament to the human spirit's capacity for harmony. And in the mystery of the lost designs, there was a subtle comfort, a reminder that some secrets were meant to endure, like the stars that watched over them as the fire dwindled to embers, casting a final, flickering light. The village settled into deeper quiet. The player's breaths slowed, syncing with the world's gentle pulse, preparing for whatever dawn might bring. Yet even as sleep beckoned, thoughts lingered on the enigma, a soft transition to the broader tapestry of Chichen Itza's life, where mysteries and memories intertwined like the thatch overhead. In the fading light of an 8th century evening in Chichen Itza, the ancient city's stone plazas hummed with a quiet rhythm, where shadows stretched long across the dusty thoroughfares. and the air carried the faint, earthy scent of rain-soaked limestone amid the market stalls. Figures moved with deliberate grace, their forms clad in simple loincloths woven from soft agave fibers, the fabric whispering against skin as they navigated the barter grounds. These were the players of the sacred Ballcourt, their bodies marked by the day's exertions, traces of chalk dust and faint ochre stains from the game's fierce pursuits. Yet their movements now held a serene cadence, as if the sun's descent invited a gentler exchange than the sport's intense clashes. The market unfolded like a tapestry under the vast sky. Stalls arranged in haphazard clusters around the base of the Great Pyramid, their thatched roofs swaying gently in the breeze. Here, the players gathered what they had won or crafted from their gear. Polished wooden yokes, resilient rubber balls etched with intricate glyphs, and leather straps adorned with seashells that clicked softly with each handling. A delicate sound, like distant waves lapping at the Yucatan shore. One player, his loincloth tied loosely at the waist, held up a yoke carved from rare hardwood, its surface smoothed by years of use, and eyed a trader across the way. The trader, a wiry figure with a necklace of jade beads, responded with a nod, the beads shifting with a muted clatter that echoed the shells, drawing other eyes in the dimming light. Bartering unfolded in hushed tones, a ritual as old as the stones themselves, where words flowed like a slow river, carrying promises and valuations without the clamor of modern haggling. This yoke has seen the court's shadows, the player murmured, his voice a low rumble that blended with the ambient rustle of palm fronds overhead. It has deflected the ball's fury under the god's gaze. The trader leaned in, his fingers tracing the wood's grain, feeling the warmth it retained from the day's sun, and countered with an offer of obsidian blades, their edges glinting subtly in the twilight, sharp enough to slice through hide, but handled with care, as if they were fragile dreams. The exchange was methodical, each item weighed not in scales, but in stories. The yoke for blades, perhaps, or a bundle of cotton cloth dyed with cochineal, its faint, spicy aroma mingling with the market's other scents, like the smoky hint of roasting maize from nearby fires. Sensory whispers filled the air, turning the scene into a lullaby of commerce. The dust from the packed earth rose in gentle clouds with every step, settling on bare feet and loincloths like a fine powder, carrying the musty tang of ancient soil mixed with the salty residue of sweat. Shells from the distant coasts clinked against one another in woven baskets, a soft percussion that underscored the players' negotiations, each sound a reminder of the vast trade networks that stretched from the highlands to the sea. One stall displayed strings of cowrie shells, their smooth surfaces cool to the touch, and as a player ran his fingers over them, the faint, rhythmic clatter evoked the ocean's pulse, a subtle wit in nature's design that made even the hardest bargains feel like a shared jest among equals. In this corner of Chichen Itza, The players' trade practices wove a web of mutual dependence, drawing from the Mayas' renowned expertise in long-distance commerce, as chronicled in the remnants of codices and stelae that speak of goods flowing through the peninsula. Historical records, sparse as they are, reveal that Ballcourt gear held symbolic value, often bartered for items that sustained not just the players, but the broader society. Obsidian for tools, jade for adornments, and textiles for daily wear. A player might trade a well-worn ball, its rubber resilient from the sap of the Castilla tree, for a pouch of cacao beans, their rich, bitter aroma wafting up as the deal was sealed, a scent that lingered like a comforting memory. These exchanges were pragmatic, rooted in the Mayas' sophisticated understanding of resource distribution, where the Ballcourts victors leveraged their prowess to acquire necessities, ensuring their survival in a world where the gods demanded balance. Yet, amid this calm ballet of barter, a quiet mystery lingered, one that historical accounts only hint at. The unrecorded trade logs that vanished into the mists of time, unlike the meticulously carved inscriptions on temple walls that detailed tribute and alliances. The everyday transactions of the players left no formal trail, their deals conducted in the shadows of oral agreements and fleeting gestures. Imagine, if you will, the subtle nod that sealed a pact for a set of feathered headdresses, their plumes soft and iridescent, catching the last rays of sunlight like whispers of forgotten secrets. This absence of documentation, an enigma preserved in the gaps of Mayan records, such as those from the Madrid Codex, invites contemplation. Were these trades deliberately obscured to protect sacred knowledge, or simply lost to the erosion of time? Much like the fading echoes of the Ballcourt's echoes, the mystery adds a layer of intrigue, a gentle puzzle that unfolds in the mind's eye, where each clink of shells might hint at stories never etched in stone. As the evening deepened, the players moved with unhurried purpose, their loincloths swaying like pendulums in the cooling air, the market's sensory tapestry growing richer. The scent of copal incense from a nearby ritual site drifted in, its resinous sweetness blending with the earthy dust, creating an atmosphere that soothed the soul, as if the very act of trading were a form of meditation. One exchange involved a rare flint knife, its handle wrapped in cured hide that emitted a leathery whisper when grasped, traded for a collection of turquoise beads, each one cool and smooth, their colors evoking the distant mines of the north. The player who received the beads held them up to the fading light, watching how they caught the glow, a subtle wit in their beauty that made the transaction feel like uncovering a hidden gem in the mundane. Historical examples from Mayan trade practices underscore this scene's authenticity, drawing from artifacts like those unearthed at Chichen Itza's marketplaces, where evidence of bartered goods reveals a network of exchange that spanned centuries. Players as elite figures in society might have used their status to secure favorable deals, perhaps acquiring salt from the coastal flats, its crystalline grains crunching faintly underfoot, or honey from the forest hives, its sticky sweetness, a rare treat that lingered on the tongue. These items, not merely commodities, carried cultural weight, symbolizing the interconnectedness of the Mayan world, where a ballcourt player's gear could become a vessel for broader economic flows. Through it all, the tone remained detached, observing the consequences of these trades without delving into the players' personal lives or the communal ties that bound them elsewhere. No mention of shared feasts or daily rituals intruded. Instead, the focus rested on the act itself, the sensory details painting a picture of quiet industry, the clinking shells, the dusty air, the soft murmurs, all wove together into a narrative of resilience and subtlety, where even the mystery of the unrecorded logs served as a calming reminder of history's impermanence. As the stars began to pierce the night sky, the market's energy ebbed, players wrapping their acquisitions in simple cloths, their movements a final, graceful dance. The scene faded into the darkness, leaving behind the promise of another day, where trade would continue its silent symphony, bridging the gap to whatever stories awaited in the segments to come. In the hushed twilight of 8th century Chichen Itza, where the ancient ballcourts lay like slumbering giants under a canopy of stars, the players gathered in a circle of flickering light. The air was soft and warm, carrying the faint whisper of leaves rustling in the ceiba trees, as if the jungle itself paused to watch. These men, honed by the rhythms of the game, wore loincloths adorned with feathers and shells, their bodies painted in hues of ochre and indigo that danced in the glow of resin torches. It was a time of celebration, a pause in the endless cycle of competition, where the echoes of drums called them together like a gentle heartbeat in the night. The players moved with a graceful ease, their laughter soft as the breeze that swept across the limestone courts. Each man bore the marks of their prowess scars from the rubber ball's sting, now hidden beneath festive wraps of cotton and jaguar pelts. But here, in this moment, those were badges of honor, not burdens. They formed loose rings near the court's high walls, where the stone rings stood silent sentinels, and the ground still held the warmth of the day's sun. The torchlight cast long, swaying shadows that played across their faces, illuminating smiles that spoke of camaraderie born from shared exertion. One player, his loincloth fringed with quetzal feathers that shimmered like emerald whispers, beat a small drum with rhythmic taps, its sound a low, soothing pulse that seemed to draw the stars closer. Sensory memories lingered in the air, wrapping around the gathering like a comforting blanket. The scent of roasting maize and honeyed agave wafted from nearby fires, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp earth and crushed herbs underfoot. As the drums echoed faintly through the trees, their vibrations resonated in the chest, a reminder of the balls, thunderous impacts during the games. One could almost feel the cool stone of the court beneath bare feet, smoothed by generations of play, while the torch flames flickered with a golden warmth that painted the player's skin in hues of amber and rose. A subtle wit twinkled in their exchanges, like the way one player teased another about a missed shot from the previous day, his words light as drifting smoke. Your ball flew like a bird fleeing the serpent, my friend, but tonight we fly together. Yet, amid this serene revelry, there lingered a quiet mystery, one that the players themselves spoke of in hushed tones under the vast sky. For these festivals held rites that no scribe had fully captured in the codices or stelae of Chichen Itza. Drawings on pottery and faint inscriptions hinted at dances and gestures performed only in these gatherings. Patterns that seemed to echo the movements of the game itself. What secrets did they enact? These unrecorded traditions, passed down through whispers and demonstrations rather than stone. Perhaps it was a series of symbolic passes with the ball, mimicking the sun's journey across the heavens, or chants that wove the air into invisible threads of unity. No one could say for certain, for the players guarded these moments as jealously as they did their winning strategies. It added a layer of gentle intrigue to the night, a puzzle wrapped in the soft glow of flames, inviting curiosity without demanding answers. As the celebration unfolded, the players engaged in simple games of skill, tossing smaller balls back and forth with effortless precision. Their loincloths swayed with each motion, the shells and beads sewn into the fabric, clicking softly like distant rain on leaves. One man, broader shouldered than the rest, demonstrated a feint that had once outwitted opponents, his movements fluid and deliberate, as if the ball were an extension of his own breath. The others watched, nodding in appreciation, their eyes reflecting the torchlight like polished obsidian. The air grew thick with the scent of copal resin burning in small braziers, its sweet smoke curling upward and blending with the night, creating an atmosphere that felt both ancient and eternally new. In these gatherings, the focus remained on the pure joy of the sport, far from the broader ties of village life or sacred observances. Historical accounts from the Madrid Codex and remnants of murals at Chichen Itza depict such scenes, where players celebrated their physical prowess in ways that celebrated the body's limits and triumphs. One faded fresco shows a figure in a feathered loincloth, arms raised in what might be a victory pose, surrounded by others in similar attire, their expressions etched with the quiet satisfaction of well-earned rest. These depictions, drawn from the era's artisans, emphasize the athletic spirit without delving into communal rituals or divine appeals, keeping the narrative centered on the players alone. The night deepened, and the sensory tapestry wove itself more richly. The drum's echoes softened to a lullaby like rhythm, each beat a gentle reminder of the day's end, while the torch glow cast a warm veil over the court. One could hear the faint rustle of wind through the grasses, carrying with it the distant call of a night bird, its song blending seamlessly with the players' murmured conversations. The taste of shared tamales, wrapped in banana leaves and flavored with wild herbs, lingered on the tongue, a simple pleasure that grounded the festivities in the tangible world. Subtle wit emerged in their stories, like tales of a ball that seemed to defy gravity, rolling uphill as if guided by unseen hands, drawing soft chuckles that rippled through the group. Through it all, the mystery of those unrecorded rites hovered like a soft fog. What if the players performed a silent dance, their feet tracing patterns on the court that mirrored the stars above? Patterns lost to time because they were never meant for stone or ink. Excavations at sites like Chichen Itza have uncovered artifacts, small clay balls, and carved tokens that suggest such customs existed. Yet their exact nature remains elusive, a whisper in the wind. This enigma added a layer of wonder, not fear, to the night, inviting the imagination to wander gently, much like the smoke from the torches drifting toward the moon. As the hours passed, the players began to wind down, their movements slowing to match the ebbing drumbeats. One by one, they settled onto woven mats spread across the court's edge, the stone still radiating a faint warmth that soothed tired muscles. The torch flames dimmed slightly, their glow now a soft cradle of light, and the air filled with the contented sighs of men at peace. In these moments, the festivals became a testament to the enduring spirit of the game, a celebration etched not in records, but in the shared memory of those who lived it. Yet, even as the night drew to a close, a subtle transition lingered in the air, as if the echoes of the drums were whispering of what might come next. Perhaps another gathering, or the quiet return to daily rhythms. For in Chichen Itza, the Ballcourts never truly slept, their stories continuing like the steady flow of the river through the jungle. Word count 1,500 in the hushed glow of twilight over 8th century Chichen Itza. The ancient city's stone temples stood silent sentinels against the fading sky, their shadows lengthening across the earthen paths that wound through clusters of thatched homes. Here, in the modest dwellings of families tied to the sacred Ballcourt, women moved with a quiet rhythm, their lives woven into the fabric of daily survival and ritual. Clad in simple tunics of woven cotton dyed in earthy hues of ochre and green, these women, wives and mothers of the players, tended to the hearths that warmed the heart of their world, their movements as steady as the distant echo of the Ballcourt's drums. The air inside the homes carried a gentle warmth, laced with the soft crackle of flames that danced in clay hearths. One woman, her tunic gathered at the waist with a cord of twisted fibers, knelt beside the fire, her hands deftly turning ears of maize over the embers. The kernels hissed and popped as they roasted, releasing a scent that mingled honeyed sweetness with the earthy smoke of burning wood, a fragrance that wrapped around the room like a comforting embrace. She paused for a moment, her fingers brushing the warm cobs, and a faint smile tugged at her lips, a subtle wit in the way she hummed an old melody, as if sharing a secret with the fire itself. Outside, the evening breeze rustled through the leaves of avocado trees, carrying the distant murmur of the city. But within these walls, time slowed to the pace of her careful preparations. These women bore the weight of their family's rhythms, ensuring that the players, those fierce athletes who danced with the rubber ball under the watchful eyes of the gods, returned to sustenance and solace. In the dim light filtering through the thatch, another woman ground nixtamalized corn on a medite, the stone tool smooth from generations of use. The rhythmic scrape of the mono against the bass created a soothing cadence, like a lullaby whispered through the air, each stroke releasing the faint, nutty aroma of fresh masa. Her tunic, softened by wear, draped over her shoulders as she worked, the fabric catching the firelight in fleeting glimmers. She added a pinch of salt from a clay pot, its grains coarse and sea-kissed, evoking memories of distant trade routes that brought such luxuries to Chichen Itza's elite. As the maize sizzled in shallow clay pans, the women prepared the evening meal with a precision born of tradition, drawing from the rich stores of their gardens. One stirred a pot of adal, the thick gruel bubbling gently, its steam rising in lazy tendrils that carried hints of roasted chili and wild honey. The warmth of the steam kissed her face, a tender caress amid the day's labors, while the soft glow of the fire painted her features in shades of amber and gold. These tasks, rooted in the social records etched into codices and stelae, reflected the structured world of Mayan women in player families, where domestic duties sustained the physical demands of the Ballcourt. Historical accounts from sites like Copan and Tikal suggest similar roles, where women managed the household's resources, ensuring that the elite maintained their status through careful stewardship. Yet there was a poetry in their routines, a subtle wit in the way they transformed simple ingredients into nourishing feasts. The women layered tamales with fillings of beans and squash, wrapping them in banana leaves that whispered as they were folded. The leaves, fresh and verdant, released a clean green scent when heated, blending with the deeper notes of the roasting meat venison from the nearby forests, its fat rendering slowly to coat the air in a rich, savory haze. One woman tested the heat with a careful hand, her fingers lingering just above the flames, as if communing with the fire's ancient spirit. In these moments, the home became a sanctuary, a place where the day's tensions dissolved into the comforting haze of shared meals. Beyond the hearth, the women's roles extended to the careful curation of family stores, drawing from the agricultural bounty that fueled Chichen Itza's society. They selected ripe tomatoes from woven baskets, their skins taut and sun-warmed, the fruit yielding slightly under gentle pressure. As she sliced them, the juice pooled on the wooden board, its bright acidity cutting through the heavier scents of the room, a reminder of the cycles of planting and harvest that Mayan records, such as those in the Dresden Codex, depicted as central to women's lives. These documents, with their intricate glyphs, offer glimpses into the domestic sphere, where women oversaw the preservation of foods through drying and storage, ensuring abundance even in lean seasons. The firelight flickered across their tunics, casting elongated shadows that danced on the plastered walls, each one a silent witness to their unyielding labor. One woman kneaded dough for tortillas, her hands moving in a hypnotic circle, the dough warm and pliant beneath her palms, its texture evoking the earth's own resilience. The subtle scent of fermented maize lingered, a testament to the alchemical processes they mastered, processes that Mayan social records attribute to women's domain. Yet, in the calm of these evenings, there was a quiet humor in their efficiency, a witty defiance against the demands of their world, as if the dough itself whispered back in response to her touch. As the meals took shape, the women paused to arrange offerings, small rituals that honored the household gods without drawing attention from the broader community. A bowl of steaming chocolate, its rich, bitter notes tempered with vanilla from distant lands, sat beside the fire, its surface glistening like liquid obsidian. The aroma was intoxicating, a blend of earth and spice that evoked the mystery of trade networks, where women's unseen negotiations secured such treasures. Historical examples from Palunk's inscriptions hint at women's involvement in these exchanges, though the records remain fragmentary, leaving room for intrigue. And here lay the mystery, subtle and unrecorded in the annals of Mayan society, the unspoken tasks that wove through their days like threads in a hidden tapestry, while codices detailed the grand rituals of the Ballcourt and the agricultural cycles. The finer nuances of women's labor often slipped into shadow, unetched into stone or bark. Perhaps it was the quiet mending of tunics by moonlight, the fabric's threads whispering secrets under her nimble fingers, or the selection of herbs for remedies that eased the player's aches, their pungent oils filling the air with a sharp, cleansing scent. These acts, devoid of documentation, held an enigmatic allure, a wit in their elusiveness, as if the women themselves guarded these mysteries to preserve a piece of their world untouched by the scribes. In the softening light, as the meals were served on low platforms, the women sat back, their tunics settling around them like gentle waves. The steam from the dishes rose in delicate curls, carrying the mingled scents of spice and smoke, a sensory symphony that lulled the home into tranquility. One might catch a faint smile, a subtle nod to the irony of their roles, vital, yet often overlooked, much like the fire's glow that illuminated without demanding notice, drawing from historical parallels in sites like Uxmal, where women's contributions underpinned societal stability. These narratives remind us of the enduring strength in their routines. As night deepened, the fire's embers glowed like distant stars, casting a final warmth over the scene. The women, their tasks complete for the moment, rested in the quiet aftermath, the air still heavy with the day's aromas. Yet, beyond this threshold, other facets of Chichen Itza's life beckoned, waiting to unfold in the dawn's light, drawing us gently toward the next whisper of history. In the fading light of an evening in 8th century Chichen Itza, the ancient Ballcourt lay quiet, its stone walls still echoing the day's echoes of leather against stone. A group of players, their bodies weary from the ritual game, gathered in a loose circle near a modest fire pit at the court's edge. These men, clad in simple loincloths woven from agave fibers, settled onto the cool earth, their skin still dusted with the fine chalk of the court. The air carried a gentle hush, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves in the surrounding ceiba trees, as if the jungle itself paused to listen. One player, an elder among them, with a scar across his forearm from some long ago contest, leaned forward to stir the flames with a branch. The fire responded with a low crackle, sparks dancing upward like fleeting spirits against the deepening indigo sky. Its warmth spread outward, wrapping around the group like a familiar cloak, chasing away the chill that crept in with the stars. The scent of burning wood mingled with the earthy aroma of sweat, and the faint, sweet tang of copal resin someone had tossed into the flames for good measure. It was a simple ritual, not tied to grand ceremonies, but one born of camaraderie and the shared breath of storytelling. The elder's voice rose then, soft and rhythmic, like the gentle lap of water against the distant cenote. In the time before the great rains, he began, his words flowing with the ease of a river worn smooth by stone. There was a player whose skill outmatched the wind. The others leaned in, their eyes reflecting the fire's glow, as he wove a tale of cunning and endurance. These stories, passed down through generations of Ballcourt athletes, spoke of heroes who navigated treacherous paths not with weapons, but with wit and resolve. The players sat cross-legged, their loincloths shifting slightly in the breeze, their faces illuminated by the flickering light that played tricks on the shadows around them. The night came alive with subtle sensations. The crackling logs released a steady, soothing rhythm, each pop like a heartbeat syncing with the storyteller's cadence. One could almost feel the warmth seeping into tired muscles, easing the ache from hours of dodging and striking the rubber ball. The air was cool against their skin, carrying whispers of the Yucatan's nocturnal chorus, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of a coyote in the underbrush. Yet the voices remained low, a murmur that blended seamlessly with these sounds, creating a tapestry of serenity. There was a subtle wit in the elder's delivery, a light tease in how he described the hero's mishaps, like when the player tripped over his own feet in pursuit of glory, drawing soft chuckles from the group that rippled like water over stones. As the tale unfolded, The players' expressions softened, their minds drifting into the narrative's embrace. Another voice joined in, a younger man with a voice like honeyed sap, adding details from his own memory of the story. And when the ball flew true, he said, his tone laced with that same calming rhythm. It arched like the path of the evening star, defying the grasp of lesser foes. They spoke of feats that mirrored their own lives, the precision of a well-timed strike, the strategy of outmaneuvering an opponent. Yet these tales were stripped of any divine fervor, focusing instead on the human heart's quiet triumphs. The fire's glow painted their faces in warm hues, highlighting the lines etched by sun and exertion, while the scent of roasting maize from a nearby hearth added a comforting layer to the air. In these gatherings, the tradition of oral storytelling among the Ballcourt players thrived as a thread of cultural weave. Distinct from the broader societal rituals, it was a space for reflection, where the day's physical contests gave way to mental ones, challenging each listener to envision worlds beyond the court's boundaries. The elder paused briefly, the fire crackling in the silence, before continuing with a tale of a player who outwitted a rival through clever deception, his words carrying a gentle humor that poked fun at human folly without malice. He feigned a stumble, the elder said with a knowing smile, as if the ball were a mischievous spirit leading him astray. And in that moment, victory slipped into his hands like a ripe fruit from the branch. Sensory details enveloped the scene, making the stories feel alive. The warmth of the fire kissed their skin, while the soft voices wove through the night like threads of silk. One could hear the faint sigh of the wind through the grasses, smell the damp earth rejuvenated by the day's residual humidity, and even taste the faint saltiness on their lips from earlier sweat. These elements created a lullaby-like atmosphere, where the tales flowed as naturally as the river that fed the city's lifeblood. Yet beneath this calm surface lay a quiet mystery, the enigma of lost oral tales, those fragments of wisdom that had slipped away like mist at dawn. In the annals of Mayan oral tradition, as recorded in fragments like the books of Chilam and echoes from the Popol Vuh, many stories were meant to endure through retelling. But time and change had claimed their share. Among the players, whispers persisted of tales that once detailed the origins of their game, not as a spectacle, but as a metaphor for life's balances. Yet these narratives had faded, their words dissolving into the ether. It was a subtle puzzle, pondered in the fire's glow. How could stories so vivid, recited with such care, vanish without trace? Perhaps they were carried off by the wind, or absorbed into the very stones of the Ballcourt, waiting for ears that no longer listened. The players spoke of this mystery with a detached curiosity, their voices maintaining that soothing tone, as if acknowledging the impermanence added a layer of beauty to the act of sharing. One tale delved deeper into this enigma, describing a legendary player who guarded a secret story, one that held the key to unbreakable skill. He spoke of it only elder recounted, his voice dipping lower, under a sky as vast as this. But the words were lost when the rains came fierce and unyielding. The group nodded, their minds wandering to the sensory world around them, the way the fire's embers glowed like captured stars, the cool touch of the night air on their bare arms, the rhythmic inhale and exhale that synchronized with the storytelling. There was a wit in how the elder framed this loss, suggesting that perhaps the tales had chosen to hide, playing their own game of evasion, much like the ball that darted unpredictably across the court. As the night deepened, the stories continued, each voice adding its own flavor. A player with a quieter demeanor described a tale of endurance, where a hero traversed vast distances, his journey marked by the same unyielding spirit as their games. The fire's crackle provided a steady backdrop, its warmth a constant companion, while the scent of night blooming flowers drifted in, blending with the wood smoke to create an intoxicating blend. These narratives, drawn from the rich tapestry of Mayan oral heritage, emphasized personal prowess and communal bonds, avoiding any entanglement with broader festivities or spiritual rites. Through it all, the mystery lingered, a gentle undercurrent to the tales. What had become of those forgotten stories? Had they been whispered away by the winds of change? Or did they reside in the collective memory, waiting for a spark to reignite them? The players pondered this in their soothing exchanges, their voices like a lullaby that cradled the night. The elder concluded one tale with a subtle smile, noting how even lost words left echoes, much like the faint hum of insects that now filled the air. As the fire began to wane, its last crackles fading into embers, the group sat in companionable silence, the sensory details of the moment etching themselves into memory, the lingering warmth, the soft voices now hushed, the mysterious veil of the night sky. And as the stars wheeled overhead, one might wonder what other traditions awaited in the shadows of Chichen Itza, drawing the listener toward tales yet untold. In the hushed heart of 8th century Chichen Itza, where the ancient stones of the Ballcourt cradled the whispers of the gods, the air hung thick with the scent of smoldering copal. Soft rays of late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy of ceiba trees, casting gentle shadows that danced like fireflies over the worn limestone. Here, amid the quiet reverence of the sacred precincts, a group of Ballcourt players gathered, their bodies clad in simple loincloths of woven cotton, the fabric brushing against their skin with each measured step. These men, sinew and spirit, forged by endless training, approached the shadowed entrances of the temples, where priests awaited in contemplative silence. The players moved with a rhythm born of ritual, their bare feet padding softly on the cool, dew-kissed earth. Feathers from Quetzal birds, iridescent and alive in the fading light, rustled faintly against their arms, tied as talismans to ward off unseen forces. The smoky air curled around them, a veil of incense that carried hints of sage and resin, wrapping the scene in a soothing embrace. One player, his face marked by faint lines of ochre pigment, paused to adjust the knotted cord at his waist, a subtle gesture that spoke of nerves tempered by faith. He glanced at his companions, their eyes reflecting the same quiet determination, as if the weight of the cosmos rested on their next words. Near the temple steps, the priests stood like ancient sentinels, their robes adorned with jade beads that clicked softly with every breath. These holy men, guardians of the sacred texts and oral traditions, embodied the bridge between the mortal realm and the divine, drawing from the codices and inscriptions that chronicled the Maya's devotion to the gods, such as those etched into the walls of nearby structures. They guided the players through consultations that blended counsel with ceremony. The priests spoke in low, melodic tones, their voices a lullaby amid the day's fading warmth, advising on the nuances of the ballgame that honored deities like Hanapu and Exbalink from the Papalva. As the players knelt on the smooth stones, the air grew heavier with the aroma of roasting maize from distant hearths, a comforting undercurrent to the solemnity. One priest, his fingers tracing the edge of a carved stela, described the alignment of stars that foretold favorable outcomes. The serpent in the sky coils with favor, he murmured, his words laced with a subtle wit, like a gentle jest shared among old friends. The players listened intently, their loincloths shifting with the breeze that carried the distant call of a howler monkey, a sound that blended seamlessly into the tapestry of the evening. In these moments, the consultations delved into the deeper mysteries of the game, where physical prowess met spiritual obligation. The priests, schooled in the rituals outlined in fragments of Maya religious records, such as those preserved in the Dresden Codex, emphasized the importance of purity and alignment. They spoke of offerings, simple bundles of herbs and feathers placed at the temple's base that ensured the players' movements on the court echoed the cosmic dance. Sensory details enveloped the scene, the faint grit of sand underfoot, the warm touch of sunlight on skin, and the occasional flutter of a hummingbird's wings, drawing the players into a trance-like state of calm. Yet woven through these interactions was an unspoken mystery, a shadow that lingered like the smoke from the incense burners. Unrecorded rituals, hinted at in the gaps of ancient texts, added an layer of intrigue to the priest's guidance. While the Papalva detailed heroic ball games in the underworld, certain ceremonies performed in Chichen Itzer remained elusive, known only through faint carvings and oral tales that faded with time. The players sensed this enigma as they conferred, wondering about the hidden invocations that might sway the gods' favor. Was it a chant uttered under the full moon, or a gesture performed in the temple's inner sanctum? The priests, with a detached air, alluded to these practices without elaboration, their words a soothing river that flowed around the unknown, focusing on the consequences rather than the specifics. One player, his voice a soft murmur like the rustle of palm fronds in a gentle wind, shared his apprehensions. "The ball feels heavy with unseen eyes," he said, and the priest nodded, his response laced with subtle wit. "As the jaguar pads silently through the jungle, so do the gods observe," he replied, a calming analogy that eased the tension without probing the darkness. They discussed the game's rituals, drawing from historical examples like those depicted in the murals of Bonampak, where players and priests alike partook in ceremonies to honor agricultural cycles and celestial events. The air, now cool and fragrant with night-blooming flowers, wrapped around them like a blanket, softening the gravity of their words. As twilight deepened, the group moved closer to the temple's altar, where flames from oil lamps flickered with a hypnotic glow. The priests elaborated on the ballgame's role in maintaining cosmic balance, referencing inscriptions from Chichen Itza's own structures that spoke of renewal and harmony. Sensory richness filled the air, the earthy scent of limestone warmed by the day, the subtle chill of evening dew on exposed skin, and the distant hum of cicadas that created a natural symphony. The players, their loincloths now dusted with fine temple sand, absorbed these lessons, their consultations a dance of questions and answers that unfolded like a slow, dreamlike melody. In one such exchange, a priest recounted a tale from Maya lore, not from the well-known chronicles, but from lesser-known oral traditions, to illustrate the interplay between player and divine. "In the time of our ancestors," he began, his tone even and lullaby-like, "a player who honored the unseen paths found strength in the wind's whisper." This story, rich with sensory detail, the feel of the wind against the face, the taste of salt from sweat, served as a reminder of the game's spiritual depth. The players nodded, their minds drifting to their own experiences. The balls thud against the court, echoing in their memories like a heartbeat. Through it all, the mystery of the unrecorded rituals persisted, a gentle undercurrent that added depth without intruding on the calm. The priests, ever detached, spoke of consequences in vague terms. A misstep might ripple through the cosmos, affecting rains or harvests, but they avoided the grim specifics, focusing instead on the restorative power of adherence. This approach, drawn from authentic Maya religious practices, ensured the consultations remained a source of solace rather than fear. As the stars began to pierce the velvet sky, the players rose, their bodies relaxed by the priest's wisdom. The air, now laced with the sweet tang of night jasmine, carried a sense of closure. With a final exchange of nods, the group dispersed, the priests retreating into the temple's shadows, leaving the players to ponder the evening's insights. In this sacred space of Chichen Itza, the bond between player and priest endured, a timeless thread in the fabric of Maya life. Yet, as the night deepened, one couldn't help but feel the pull of what lay beyond the uncharted rituals that whispered through the ages, waiting to be uncovered in the quiet hours. And so, From this moment of reflection, we turn toward the next thread of history, where other echoes await in the fading light of an evening in 8th century Chichen Itza. The ancient city hummed with a quiet rhythm, where stone temples stood like silent guardians over the Ballcourt's sacred grounds. Amid the scattered camps that dotted the outskirts, a group of players gathered, their forms clad in simple loincloths that whispered against the earth with each movement. These men, weary from the day's exertions, turned their attention to the tools of their ancient game, the protective pads that had shielded their bodies through countless matches with a gentle precision born of ritual and necessity. They began the meticulous task of maintenance, their actions unfolding like a soft lullaby under the vast Yucatan sky. The air carried a fine dust, stirred by the day's heat, and now settling like a veil over the camp. Each player knelt on woven mats, the ground beneath them firm yet yielding. As they handled their pads, thick, curved pieces of deer hide and woven fibers, crafted to guard hips and shoulders from the rubber ball's unyielding force. One by one, they drew forth tools of bone and stone, simple yet effective, to cleanse and restore. A young player, his skin glistening with the remnants of sweat, selected a smooth obsidian scraper, its edge honed from volcanic glass found in nearby quarries. He ran it gently over the pad's surface, the soft scraping sound emerging like a distant whisper, a rhythmic scrape that evoked the pulse of the earth itself. As the scraper glided across the leather, tiny particles of dirt and dried sweat fell away, revealing the pad's intricate weave. The material, reinforced with fibers from the agave plant, held the memory of past games' faint impressions, where the ball had struck, like echoes etched in time. The player paused, his fingers tracing the patterns, feeling the warmth of the hide that had absorbed the sun's rays all day. The air around him carried a subtle scent, a mix of earth and leather, mingling with the faint aroma of roasting maize from a nearby fire pit. It was a calming ritual, this care for their gear, a moment of peace amid the competitive fervor of the Ballcourt. Nearby, another player worked with quiet focus, dipping a cloth soaked in a mixture of water and crushed herbs into a shallow bowl. Archaeological remnants from sites like Chichen Itza suggest these herbs, perhaps from the local anato plant, were used not only for cleaning, but to preserve the pads against the humid air that could warp and weaken them. He applied the cloth with steady strokes, the fabric whispering against the leather in a soothing cadence. Droplets trickled down, carrying away the dust that had accumulated, and as they evaporated, a cool breeze stirred, brushing against his skin like a gentle hand. The player's loincloth, tied loosely at the waist, shifted with his motions, the fabric's coarse texture a reminder of the simplicity that defined their lives. In these camps, under the canopy of stars beginning to pierce the twilight, the players shared soft words, their voices low and laced with a subtle wit. Look here, one might say with a faint smile. This pad has seen more battles than the old king's walls. It was a light-hearted jab, acknowledging the equipment's resilience without mocking its wear. They knew well the importance of this maintenance, for excavations at Chichen Itza have uncovered similar pads, buried in ceremonial contexts, hinting at their sacred role. These artifacts, preserved in the dry soil, reveal how the Mayans crafted their gear with remarkable skill, using techniques that blended utility with artistry, stitching patterns that might have symbolized celestial alignments or ancestral spirits. As the evening deepened, the sensory world of the camp came alive in subtle ways. The scraping continued, a persistent yet melodic sound that blended with the distant calls of night birds, their cries floating on the air like forgotten lullabies. The dust, now stirred anew by their movements, danced in the fading light, creating a hazy glow that softened the edges of everything. One player paused to examine a seam, his fingers brushing over the tightly woven threads. Feeling the slight give of the material, he could sense the history in it, the way these pads had been passed down or meticulously repaired, drawing from resources abundant in the Yucatan forests. The leather, treated with natural oils from seeds and nuts, retained a faint, earthy aroma, a grounding scent that evoked the jungle's embrace. Yet, amid this routine care, a quiet mystery lingered, one that archaeologists have pondered for centuries. The designs of these pads, with their elaborate engravings and hidden reinforcements, have only been partially understood through fragmented finds. In the ruins of Chichen Itza, experts have unearthed yokes and pads adorned with motifs that suggest deeper meanings, perhaps connections to the underworld or the gods of the ballgame. But much has been lost, the full intricacies vanishing with the collapse of the Mayan cities. Why were certain patterns etched so precisely, only to fade into obscurity? One player, his eyes reflecting the campfire's flicker, might wonder aloud, his voice detached and contemplative, as if narrating a tale from a dream. These marks, he murmured, tracing a faded line, hold secrets that the wind has carried away, designs that spoke to the stars and the shadows below. The mystery added a layer of gentle intrigue to their work, a subtle wit in the way they speculated without seeking answers. For in their world, not all knowledge needed to be grasped. Some things were meant to whisper through time. As they continued, another player applied a thin layer of resin, derived from tree sap, as evidenced by residues on ancient artifacts, to seal the pads against moisture. The substance spread smoothly, its sticky warmth a tactile pleasure, and as it dried, it emitted a resinous scent that mingled with the night's cool air. The process was meditative, each stroke a brush against the canvas of their gear, ensuring it would withstand another day under the relentless sun. Through the archaeological lens, we know that such maintenance was crucial for survival in the game, where a weakened pad could mean injury or defeat. Finds from sites like Chichen Itza, including preserved leather fragments and stone tools, illustrate the Mayans' advanced understanding of materials, blending local resources like animal hides and plant fibers into functional art. Yet the players in the camp felt this intuitively, their hands moving with a knowledge passed down through generations. One man, older and more weathered, shared a quiet story as he worked, his words flowing like a lullaby. In the days of our fathers, they say the paths were blessed under the moon, their designs mirroring the paths of the gods. It was a nod to the lost elements, a subtle humor in the uncertainty, as if the equipment itself held a secret smile. As the night advanced, the camp grew stiller, the sounds of scraping fading to occasional pauses. The players sat back, admiring their efforts, the pads now clean and supple, ready for the morrow. The dusty air settled, leaving a serene calm, with the faint glow of stars overhead. In these moments, the mystery of the lost designs wove through their thoughts, a gentle enigma that added depth to their world without demanding resolution. And as the fire dimmed, one player glanced toward the Ballcourt, his voice soft as he concluded, "Perhaps in the quiet hours, the old ways return, leading us onward to what comes next." In the fading light of the 10th century, under the vast Yucatan sky, the ancient Ballcourts of Chichen Itza lay like forgotten whispers among the encroaching jungle. Once vibrant arenas where the echoes of stone balls and human determination filled the air, these courts now stood as silent sentinels, their walls etched with the passage of time. The stone surfaces, once polished to a gleam under the sun's watchful eye, had softened into gentle curves of erosion, as if the earth itself were sighing in repose. Players, if any still gathered, moved with the weariness of age, their loincloths frayed and faded, clinging to bodies that had long outpaced the vigor of youth. It was a scene of quiet unraveling, where the breeze carried the faint scent of damp limestone and wild orchids, inviting a sense of peaceful reflection on what had been lost. The grand eye-shaped courts, with their parallel walls rising like weary guardians, showed the first signs of neglect in the way vines crept over the markers, softening the sharp angles that had once defined boundaries of play. One could almost hear the subtle creak of ancient stones settling deeper into the soil, a lullaby of decay that whispered through the air. The players, those few who lingered in memory's shadow, donned garments that spoke of bygone eras. Loincloths woven from softened fibers, now threadbare and stained with the dust of countless seasons. Their movements were deliberate, almost dreamlike, as they paced the length of the court, feeling the uneven ground beneath their calloused feet. The air held a hush, broken only by the distant call of a tropical bird or the rustle of leaves, creating a tapestry of sounds that soothed rather than startled. Yet it was the subtle erosion that told the true story, a narrative etched not in words, but in the texture of the stone. The once imposing rings, set high on the walls for players to aim at with their rubber balls, now hung askew, their surfaces pitted and worn, as if kissed by the relentless tropical rains. Imagine the cool, damp feel of those stones under a hand, slick with moisture from the morning dew, or the faint, earthy aroma rising from the court after a light shower, mingling with the sweetness of nearby fruit trees. The players, in their quiet gatherings, moved with a grace born of familiarity, their bodies remembering the rhythms of the game, even as their spirits sensed the end drawing near. There was a subtle wit in this persistence, a gentle irony in how the human form, so resilient, now mirrored the court's own fading splendor, like dancers performing for an audience long departed. As the century waned, the fields surrounding the courts grew quieter still, the once bustling pathways overgrown with ferns and low-hanging branches that brushed against the stone like soft fingers. The decline was not abrupt. It unfolded like a slow exhale, with the courts surrendering inch by inch to nature's embrace. Sensory memories lingered. The warm, grainy touch of sand dusted stone underfoot, the muted glow of sunset painting the walls in hues of amber and rose, and the occasional whisper of wind through cracked carvings, as if the structures themselves were murmuring secrets of their prime. Players, clad in those worn loincloths that fluttered like faded banners, might have paused to trace the faint glyphs on the walls, their fingers lingering on the cool, rough surfaces, evoking a sense of calm curiosity about the world that had shaped them. Historians, drawing from the careful excavations at Chichen Itza, note how the Ballcourt's deterioration reflected broader shifts in the Mayan world. Archaeological reports from sites like those unearthed by the Carnegie Institution in the early 20th century reveal layers of sediment and overgrowth that speak to a gradual abandonment. The stones, once meticulously aligned, now showed signs of slippage, their joints filled with the soft accumulation of soil and plant roots, creating a patchwork of textures that invited exploration rather than awe. One could envision the courts at dawn, the air cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming night flowers, as the first rays of sun gently illuminated the faded murals, their colors muted to soft pastels. The players, if they came at all, carried with them the weight of tradition, their loincloths a testament to enduring customs. Yet their games grew infrequent, as if the very act of play had become a ritual of farewell. In this serene unraveling, the mystery deepened, for the causes of the decline remained shrouded in the mists of time. Unlike the clear records of conquests or famines in other ancient societies, the Mayan Ballcourts at Chichen Itza slipped away without a chronicled lament, leaving only questions in their wake. Why did the courts, once central to community and ceremony, fall into disuse? Archaeological evidence from sites such as the Great Ballcourt suggests environmental pressures, prolonged droughts that parched the land, as indicated by pollen analysis in sediment cores, or perhaps internal shifts in societal priorities, inferred from the changing patterns of settlement. Yet these hints offer no definitive answer, preserving an enigma that lingers like a half-forgotten dream. It is a mystery that invites contemplation, with the quiet fields stretching out under the stars, their silence a soothing blanket over the unknown. One might wander the courts at twilight, feeling the slight chill of the evening air against the skin, the distant hum of insects providing a rhythmic backdrop to thoughts of what once was. The stones, cool and unyielding, yet softened by time, held an understated charm, their surfaces etched with the faint outlines of handprints from generations past. Players in their worn attire, perhaps sharing stories in low voices, embodied a subtle resilience, their presence a witty counterpoint to the grandeur that had faded. It was as if the courts themselves were nodding off to sleep, their decline a natural lullaby rather than a tragedy, with the jungle's gentle encroachment serving as a cradle. Further afield, other ballcourts in the region, documented through surveys by modern archaeologists, echoed this pattern of quiet retreat. At sites like Mayan, remnants show similar wear, with walls leaning into the earth and rings dangling like forgotten ornaments. The sensory details abound. The earthy taste of dust on the tongue from a passing breeze, the soft padding of feet on compacted soil, and the visual play of shadows dancing across the stone as the sun dipped low. In Chichen Itza, the decline was marked by such nuances, a gradual dimming that spared the dramatic, but invited a peaceful introspection. The players, with their loincloths whispering against their legs, moved through this landscape as ghosts of vitality, their games reduced to sparse, reverent reenactments. As the nights grew longer and the courts more solitary, the air filled with the soothing scent of night-blooming jasmine, weaving through the cracks in the stone like threads of memory. Archaeological insights from the Peabody Museum's studies highlight how the Ballcourt's abandonment aligned with a broader cultural transition, perhaps influenced by shifting trade routes or internal migrations. Though the exact triggers remain elusive, this mystery, unique to the Maya's later centuries, adds a layer of intrigue, a puzzle piece that fits nowhere perfectly, encouraging a detached wonder rather than urgent inquiry. The consequences unfolded softly. Fields once alive with activity now lay still, their stones cooling under the moon's gentle gaze, and the players, in their faded garb, became part of the landscape's quiet poetry. In the end, as the stars wheeled overhead, the ballcourts of Chichen Itza settled into their repose, their decline a testament to the impermanence of all things. The crumbling stone, the quiet fields, and the worn loincloths of those who remained painted a picture of serene acceptance, with a subtle wit in how life continued, albeit transformed. Yet, as this chapter closes, one cannot help but glance toward the horizons, where new mysteries await in the annals of history, drawing us gently onward. In the quiet heart of Yucatan, where the jungle breathes softly against ancient stones. A team of archaeologists gathers at dawn in Chichen Itza. The air carries a faint whisper of dew-kissed leaves and the earthy scent of moss-clinging ruins, as if the site itself sighs with secrets long held. Here, beneath the vast sky that paints the horizon in gentle pastels, the legacy of Mayan Ballcourt players endures, woven into the fabric of modern Mexico like threads of forgotten dreams. No rush disturbs this serene unfolding. The sun rises slowly, casting a warm glow over the weathered Ballcourt, where echoes of ancient games linger in the air. The archaeologists move with deliberate care, their tools glinting faintly in the morning light as they brush away layers of time. One kneels beside a cracked stone wall, her fingers tracing the smooth, dusty surface where carvings depict players in mid-motion, their forms etched with the precision of a lullaby's rhythm. The stone feels cool and grainy under her touch, a silent testament to centuries of sun and rain. While nearby, a colleague uncovers a cache of gear, half buried in the soil. A yoke crafted from hardened leather and adorned with glinting jade beads emerges from the earth, its edges worn yet vibrant, as if preserving the sweat of players long gone. The jade catches the light, shimmering like distant stars in a twilight sky, and the air fills with the subtle, musty aroma of unearthed history. Damp earth mingled with the faint spice of decaying leaves. This discovery, guided by UNESCO reports from the site's World Heritage designation, reveals how the Ballcourt's rituals extended far beyond mere sport. In those reports, detailed accounts from museum records at the National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City speak of the game's role as a cultural cornerstone, where players embodied cosmic balance and community unity. Yet, as the team works, a soothing calm envelops the scene. The rhythmic scrape of brushes against stone mimics a gentle heartbeat, and the soft rustle of wind through palm fronds adds a whispery melody. One artifact, a small obsidian blade used perhaps for ceremonial markings, lies nestled in the dirt, its surface polished to a subtle sheen that reflects the archaeologists' patient faces. They handle it with reverence, noting how such items echo in today's Mexico, where descendants celebrate similar games in village festivals. The balls bounce a distant cousin to the ancient pits. As the morning unfolds, the legacy deepens, drawing from historical examples preserved in museum archives. Records from the early 20th century excavations, cross-referenced with UNESCO conservation efforts, describe how Mayan players were more than athletes. They were storytellers of the stars and earth, their victories inscribed in stucco reliefs that still adorn the Ballcourt walls. Imagine the players themselves, clad in protective padding of cotton and hide, moving with graceful precision under the relentless sun, their calls echoing like a soft chant through the arena. The gear unearthed here, yokes, knee guards, and hand stones, speaks of a skill refined over generations. influencing modern Mexican sports like ulama, where communities in states like Sinaloa gather to play a simplified version. The balls thud against walls, evoking the same sensory thrill, the cool weight of an unearthed hand stone, smoothed by centuries of handling, invites contemplation. Its surface, etched with faint glyphs, feels almost alive in the palm, carrying the faint, lingering warmth of the earth. Amid this careful revelation, a unique mystery unfurls, one that wraps around the forgotten tales of these players. Like a gentle fog at dusk, UNESCO documents hint at oral traditions passed down through generations. Yet gaps remain, stories of unnamed champions whose feats were never fully recorded, lost to the mists of time. Perhaps, as one archaeologist muses with a subtle smile, these players carried secrets in their games, tales of celestial alignments, or personal sacrifices that dissolved into legend. The mystery lies in the incomplete carvings, where a figure's face fades into the stone, or in jade amulets bearing symbols that defy full translation. Museum records from the Peabody Museum suggest that such artifacts might hold clues to rituals where players communed with deities, their stories whispered in ancient tongues that echo faintly in modern Maya folklore. It's a puzzle that invites quiet reflection, the kind that soothes the mind like a rocking cradle, where the glint of a jade bead under the archaeologist's lamp sparks thoughts of what might have been a player's triumphant leap, forever suspended in stone, or a tale of resilience that influenced the very spirit of Mexican identity. The team pauses for a moment, the air now filled with the soft hum of insects and the distant call of birds, as they piece together how these artifacts bridge eras. According to UNESCO 1988 inscription of Chichen Itza, the Ballcourt symbolizes a harmonious blend of art and athletics. Its design influencing contemporary architecture and cultural events. Sensory details abound. The tactile grit of sand dusted relics, the faint metallic tang in the air from exposed metals, and the visual poetry of sunlight filtering through overhanging vines, casting dappled shadows that dance like spectral spectators. One archaeologist, wiping sweat from his brow with a cloth that smells of sun-baked fabric, shares a light-hearted quip, perhaps the ancient players, too, dreamed of cooler days, their games a witty dance with the elements, much like modern athletes dodging rain in village matches. Expanding on this legacy, historical examples from museum exhibits illustrate how the Ballcourt's influence persists in Mexico's cultural tapestry. In places like Merida, festivals draw from these roots, where performers don replicas of ancient gear, the leather creaking softly as they move, evoking the original player's poise. The sensory immersion deepens. The cool, smooth feel of a jade ornament against skin, the earthy scent of the Ballcourt's compacted soil, and the auditory whisper of wind through the site's grand arches, all painting a picture of continuity, yet the mystery persists. A subtle enigma that teases the imagination. Were there players whose stories, etched in perishable materials, vanished like morning mist? UNESCO reports note fragments of codices that allude to heroic narratives. But these remain tantalizingly incomplete, leaving room for wonder without delving into darker histories. As the day wanes, the archaeologists gather their findings, the artifacts now resting in soft, padded cases that preserve their delicate forms. The Ballcourt, with its towering walls and intricate carvings, stands as a beacon of enduring legacy, where the glinting jade and dusty stones tell of a world that shaped modern Mexico's soul. From the sensory details of unearthed treasures to the quiet mystery of untold tales, this site reminds us that some echoes never truly fade. And as the sun dips low, casting a golden hush over the ruins, we turn our thoughts gently to the threads that connect these ancient stories to the world beyond, where new discoveries await in the quiet unfolding of time. Word count 1,500.